in Los Angeles, the teams are already there.
Yeah.
Usually 3 hours before a game, so just maybe a little tweak by Chris Knobloch and the organization to get them there, but they certainly...
don't waste time. Get here. Get your gear on.
Yeah, boom, play the game. Exactly. It's Face Off Live from the Stanley Cup Final on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. I'm Dennis Bernstein alongside David Pagnotta. Top of the hour, Channel 91, Sports USA Call, John Ollers, Brian Boucher, and Billy Jaffe. Sirius 161, XM 219. Doug Plagins and Billy Lindsay do the Panthers call. The Oilers call will be on Sirius 167 with Jack Michaels and Bob Stuffer. And again, the new Sirius XM app will get you to any of those broadcasts. We'll be back with our last segment, Line Rushes, right after this.
It's that time of the year.
For the 2024 NHL Draft.
This year,
the Vegas Golden Knights play host at the Las Vegas Sphere.
So let's get down to business.
Tune in for pick-by-pick coverage.
The first selection.
Jaeger, lead pass for Celebrini. Beckman celebrating in. Pickers out. Celebrini scores!
Follow us at SiriusXM NHL and tune in on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Coverage begins Friday, June 28th.
SiriusXM 91.
And the SiriusXM app.
Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like Sirius XM.
Let's go, come on!
Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Verstappen takes the lead of the Grand Prix, and Hamilton couldn't hold him off.
Plus, comprehensive pre- and post-race coverage.
That was the best race I've ever seen.
The 2024 season rolls on Sunday morning at the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona.
Hear live, hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, Sirius XM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, June the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Edmonton Oilers. Panthers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 932. Oilers on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 931. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, June the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Edmonton Oilers. Panthers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 932. Oilers on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 931. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, June the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs at 8 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Edmonton Oilers. Panthers on Sirius 161, XM 219, and Internet 932. Oilers on Sirius and XM channels 167 and...
It's Face Off Live from the Stanley Cup Final ahead of Game 5 between the Edmonton Oilers and Florida Panthers on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. I'm Dennis Bernstein alongside David Pagnotta. The Gremlins have gone away, Dave. We think we've staved them off for the last segment of the show.
You know, as many goals as the Panthers gave up and as many as Bobrovsky gave up, was it 5 in the last one?
5, yes.
He's still the leader in goals against in the playoffs at 2.02.
Oh, yeah.
He's actually tied with UC Saros.
Yeah. A really cool moment last night. You know, the Celtics won in 5 the other night, last night, to win the championship. And Jason Tatum, after the game, did a shout-out to Matthew Tkachuk on TikTok, saying, Tkachuk, one St. Louis guy to another. I got my championship tonight. You get yours tomorrow. So that's going to be really interesting to see that two guys, and people have seen the photos of the kids together when they were I don't know, not even tweens. Yep. So growing up together, so you could have back-to-back St. Louis kids celebrating championships in 2 major sports.
That would be really cool. That would definitely be really cool to see.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Dan Bilesma, head coach of the Seattle Kraken. How have you changed as a coach?
I have reflection on what went good, bad, and all the spots that I've coached. And at the American Hockey League level is a development stage for all the players and for the coach. How I've treated the players and the relationships that we've had with teams over the last 2 years.
Quickly, which is almost, it's hard to do one deal in 5 business days, let alone the 7 you dealt with.
You know, In the movie business, I make this point in the documentary. One of the things that keeps an audience engaged is if the clock is ticking. You know, find the person that's been kidnapped, disable the bomb, stop the terrorists, get to the stage on time so you can get up and do your stand-up comedy when the audience is waiting. The ticking clock makes people realize we don't have time to screw around. We got to fix this.
The gremlins were gone. I spoke too soon.
Spoke too soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we apologize for the technical difficulties here from Amerant Bank Arena. We've been kind of jumping in and out here as, I guess throughout the whole show. So we apologize for that. We're trying to get through this as best we can. But it looks like,
and again,
hopefully things are good.
Noah Vander Kane, Ryan Lomberg in, Steven Lorentz out for the Panthers.
Kane's got to be. I mean, that'll show you. This is Stanley Cup Final. I'll show you how injured.
Yep.
And how banged up he is. I'm curious to find. I mean, well, he's got the sports hernia, so I'm curious to see, what happens with some of the others. Once that gets announced. But the teams seem raring to go. Everybody's pretty obviously jacked up, and it's for different reasons. One, you have the Oilers that want to keep their playoff hopes alive, their Stanley Cup dream alive, and you've got the Florida Panthers hoping to cash in on their Stanley Cup dream tonight.
Here are the line rushes for the Panthers. Top line: Evan Rodriguez, Alexander Balkoff, Sam Reinhart, Stein, Carter Verhaeghe, Sam Bennett, Matthew Tkachuk, Lusterainen, Lundell, and Tarasenko on your third line. Ryan Lomberg, Stenlund, and Okposo, the fourth line. Top pair, obviously, Forsling, Ekblad. Middle pair, Mikkola, Montour. Third pair, as usual, OEL. And in net, of course, Sergei Bobrovsky.
So the only change there from their perspective is that Lomberg just basically replaces Lorentz in that lineup. And again, you want to bring a little bit more energy and get things going here. For your team after that performance that we saw the other night, which was interesting.
Yes, and for the Oilers, their line rushes as follows. Warren Fogle with McDavid and Hyman on the top line. Nugent Hopkins, Draisaitl, Mark Henrique and Brown on your third line. McLeod with Ryan and Corey Perry on the fourth line. Ekholm and Bouchard, obviously the top pair. Nurse and Broberg will be united for Game 5. And Kulak and Ceci on the third pair, with Stuart Skinner obviously starting in net for the Edmonton Oilers. About 3 minutes left in warm-ups.
The building is, three-quarters full at this point.
And we're talking about an 8:20 face-off as well.
Right, exactly. There's still time. These are well-educated fans. They know they can wait a little bit longer if they need to get into the mix here.
We're well-educated as well, but
sometimes.
Maybe not as the fans. Yeah, exactly.
No, sometimes. Everybody's pumped, as they should be. The vibe here is cool.
Yep.
The vibe here is
Cup's in the building for the first time.
Yes, that's true.
It is. It wasn't in the building.
Wasn't in the building last year.
Because it was 2-1 games and then 3-1, and then Vegas went home and 1-5.
Here a little bit different, obviously, as the Florida Panthers have a 3-1 series lead. There's just over 2 minutes left in the pregame warm-up, and a lot of people still on the ice. Where is Corey Perry? There he is. All right, he tries to be the last guy off. I'm curious to see if he tries to rifle the puck down like he normally does into the opposition's net. We'll see kind of where that.
And Dave, again, for the key to the Oilers, for all the talk about what Connor and Leon and Zach need to do, when they get goals from Henrique and Janmark and McLeod, it makes them a far more dangerous team, and more. The odds on them winning this game goes way up if they get production from their bottom six.
Well, no, absolutely. Holloway with a couple goals the last one. I mean, these were the guys that were relentless. These were the guys that kept driving in the net and trying to drive that message across that we're not done. It's not over yet, baby.
It's not over, no.
I'm not hearing no fat lady. Everybody's
team didn't quit.
Yet.
Yep.
All that, whatever.
Connor keeps saying, "You keep doubting us, you just watch us." So that was. Look, here's the thing: if that was their last game, and the Panthers do win tonight, The Oilers sent their fans home really happy for the summer. If that was the last one.
Yes.
Which is, if you're a fan, you can't ask for any more for your team. You had a great run. First time to the Cup Finals since, 06?
Yep.
It's been a great season for the Edmonton Oilers, regardless of what happens here in games 5, 6, or 7.
It absolutely has. Warm-up is just about to wrap up soon. We're going to take you into the national call right here on this channel, on Channel 91. The fans are pumped. Everybody's ready to go. The Panthers don't even want to get off the ice. There's 2 guys left on Edmonton side.
Yeah.
Broberg and Perry, and then there's like half the team is still on the ice.
They want to drink it all in, Dave.
Yeah.
You know, this is the clinching night.
Absolutely. Guys are now starting to usher themselves off. By the way, the 50-50, just over 102,000.
Okay, Dave.
A little bit less.
Does Stanley come out of the case tonight?
He sure does.
He does. You're
It's
saying
over tonight. That's my pick.
That's your pick.
Florida wins. I'm taking the under, and I'm taking him anytime Matthew Tkachuk goal.
1-goal game, close game. What do you think?
Maybe there's an empty netter or something like
So
that.
3-1.
3-1 4-2. Well, 4-2 would put
Can't
us
be
over.
4-2. You can't go that route.
No, not if I want to keep the under.
You know, Dave. I don't think this is the last face-off live.
You changing your mind?
I gotta check the internet connection in Edmonton.
You're changing your mind.
I don't.
Because you went with Florida today.
Yeah. I get it when I'm in the building. I get a different vibe. The Oilers showing up just 2 hours before the game.
Corey Perry hits the empty net as he heads off the ice.
I don't really. I think there's going to be. I wouldn't be shocked. And I'll say this. I'll be transparent. I have booked a flight to Edmonton already from LA, and I've booked a hotel. So we'll see.
I got the hotel booked as well, but that's an easy fix.
Okay.
We'll see.
It's been Face-Off Live from the Stanley Cup Final, Game 5 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Stay with Channel 91. You hear the Sports USA call with John Allers, Brian Boucher, and Billy Jaffe. The Panthers call, XM 161, XM 219, Doug Plagins, Billy Lindsay, Oilers Sirius XM 167. For Dave Pagnotta, I'm Dennis Bernstein. Maybe we'll hear you from Game 6.
Hey friends, Ted Danson here, and I want to let you know about my new podcast. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name, with me, Ted Danson, and Woody Harrelson. Sometimes. Doing this podcast is a chance for me and my good bud Woody to reconnect after Cheers wrapped 30 years ago. Plus, we're introducing each other to the friends we've met like Jane Fonda, Conan O'Brien, Eric Andre, and trust me, it's always a great hang when Woody's there.
Listen to Where Everybody Knows Your Name on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I got my first buddy last week. Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us once again for more awesome sports action here on Toronto Sports Insider. Make sure you have hit that subscribe button down below. We are almost at 25,000 subscribers. It's absolutely insane to think about how fast this community has grown, but it's all because of you. Thank you all for being here. Make sure if you're new, hit that subscribe button. And everybody else who is part of this 24,359 before we hit record tonight, appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's get it done.
Tea to night sleep for all of us. I don't know about you, but my golf game requires quality sleep. Get a Zipa and save everyone a few strokes, figuratively and literally. Go to Zipa.com, ZYPPAH.com. That's Zipa.com, ZYPPAH.com. Remember, it's Happy Z spelled backwards.
Kirby Dach once again.
Hockey lives here.
Here's Monahan. Monahan.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for joining us tonight, keeping this chat on fire. Everybody, make sure you hit that like button down below. Don't forget, I know sometimes we get in here, we get chatting, start giving the cheers out, and we forget to hit that like button. Don't forget, it helps bring more fans into the chat. Last game, we had over 1,000 in the first period, or almost, I think, actually 2,000 in the first period, and up to 4,000 up in the third period. Guys, let's bring more fans into the chat. Help by hitting that like button and share out the link as well. Now, back to the party, back to the action. We'll see you guys in the chat.
At 93.6. The Panthers got a good penalty kill. They're second at 89.2. It'll be Sasha Barkov up front with Evan Rodriguez and Griffin Reinhart. Sam Bennett with Carter Verhaeghe and Matthew Tkachuk. Anton Lundell with Eetu Luostarinen and Vladimir Tarasenko. Ryan Longberg, the third former Calgary Flame, to draw into the series was Stenlund and Oposo. Obviously, Tkachuk, 6th overall pick of the Flames by Brad Treliving back in 2016. Bennett, a 4th overall pick by the Flames back in 2014. And Longberg, a hard-nosed player, not afraid to mix it up. Forsling and Ekblad, the top pairing. Ekblad, the last game was -4. Gustav Forsling is +13 in the playoffs. Mikkola and Montour, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and Dmitry Kulikov. Sergei Bobrovsky in the series is 3-1, a 2.64 goals against average, a .912 save percentage. Stuart Skinner is 1-3, a 2.58 goals against average, and a .901 save percentage. So that is, again, the lines of the game presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gaming partner of your Edmonton Oilers. 19 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
Hockey fans, with a spotless reputation, Scandinavian Building Services is responsible for keeping over 70 million square feet of space clean and safe every day. With over 65 years in the industry, no cleaning challenge is too big or too small. From national retailers and commercial spaces to small offices and entertainment centers like Rogers Place, let Scandinavian take the worry off your cleaning program. Visit Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Over the course of the season, you have to learn how to go through adversity, and you have to go through adversity multiple times to kind of get that experience and be comfortable in it. And I think we obviously put ourselves in that spot early, being second to last. Not being in a playoff spot at Thanksgiving, US Thanksgiving, which is kind of the mark, which a lot of people talk about. And then obviously being down in the Vancouver series. So I think you got to be comfortable, learn how to be comfortable. And the only way you can learn is by going through it. And this team always, since I've been here, not just this year, has always had a tendency to play its best when our back's against the wall for whatever reason. And I think we've just had a lot of experience with it.
That is Zach Hyman of the Edmonton Oilers. Of course, the Oilers started the year 2-9-1. At 3-9-1, they fired Jay Woodcroft. Chris Knobloch came in. He proceeded to have the best points percentage of any coach in the National Hockey League. Under Knobloch, they went 2-3 in their first 5 games, and actually dropped to 5-12-1 at US Thanksgiving. They were out of a playoff spot. And then they went and won 24 of their next 27 games. The Oilers have had 3-game winless streaks under Chris Knobloch. They've come out of those with an 8-game winning streak, a 16-game winning streak, and a 5-game winning streak. The Oilers, this is Oil Country 50-50 is live for Stanley Cup Final. The jackpot is currently sitting at $1.2 million and climbing fast. Buy your tickets now to be eligible for tonight's early bird prize at 7:30 p.m. for $5,000 cash for Safeway, and at 8 p.m. for $10,000 cash. Tonight's Oilers 50-50 is in support of the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, supporting Alberta's battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much, much more. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home of no payments and no interest for a year. Well, Connor McDavid, 7 points in 4 games in this series. Nobody else has more than 4. 38 points overall in 22 playoff games, plus 9 overall. He's playing 23-31 per game. He has been fantastic. Now up to 113 career points in 71 playoff games as a member of the Edmonton Oilers. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Of course, we're in the Stanley Cup Final. There's only 2 teams alive. Florida leading the series 3-1 over the Edmonton Oilers. Here's where I tell you, the Calder Cup. Todd Nelson, former Oilers head coach, has Hershey tied 1-1 with Coachella Valley. And that's where the series has moved to. Scott Housen, the former Oilers executive, the commissioner of the American Hockey League. So the AHL final tied a game apiece. 13 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 630 CHAN, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're expecting a big push from them. Obviously, I'm pretty sure they're not thrilled about their last game, and we're expecting a completely different team, I guess, than the last game. So we know their energy is going to be high. They're going to be going for it. So the last thing they want to do is come back to Edmonton, and that's where we plan on bringing them.
Well, we do expect the Florida Panthers to be ready right from the get-go. That is the Edmonton Oilers forward, Dylan Holloway. And this is Rogers Game Night, courtesy of Rogers, Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. Back at the 630 CHAN studios in Edmonton, we bring aboard Rob Brown. All right, Rob, all season long, the Edmonton Oilers have shown the propensity to have the ability to deal with pressure and adversity. And there's going to be more of it tonight. And I expect to see a lot of pressure on the forecheck from Florida out of the gate.
Oh, there will be. The Florida Panthers were embarrassed in Edmonton a couple nights ago, and they know what's on the line. They certainly don't want to get on a plane and go back and play Game 6 and all momentum switching to the Edmonton Oilers. So the Oilers will see the biggest push and the best push that Florida has. I do believe the Oilers are capable of withstanding that. To do that, they've got to play smart hockey. They got to good puck management, but most of all, they need some big saves. In the first period of an 8-1 drubbing, you don't think that the goaltender would have that big an impact. Stuart Skinner did in the first period of Game 4. A couple big saves, none bigger than the 2-on-1 save that kept the game at 2-1. So there will be a push by the Florida Panthers. I believe the Oilers can match that push, but the Oilers are certainly going to need some big saves from Stuart Skinner.
Well, there's no question the Oilers showed speed off of the transition and rush against Florida the other night. Stuart Skinner, he's shown the ability as the series have gone on to be really good. A .944 save percentage. Games 4 through 7 in the playoffs, he's 8-0. Is this just a byproduct of a goalie getting more comfortable in between the pipes and getting a read on some of the guys that he's shooting? What do you think it is? Or is he just bearing down more?
Well, I don't know if it's bearing down more. I would expect that any professional athlete is going to be bearing down right from the get-go. I think it's a few things. I think as the series moves on, you get a little more familiar with the players that are coming against you, what their tendencies are. You probably, sometimes you're surprised. I know that when teams play Edmonton, they're probably a little surprised by the speed of Connor or the strength of Leon. And as the series goes on, they start to, okay, now I see how fast he is. So I think with Skinner, it's the same thing. I do believe that the Oilers get better in front of him. So I think that's a key, too. The Oilers don't give up as many grade A scoring chances against. But Dylan Holloway, I have always liked the mental makeup of him. We've seen so many times where the first shot has gone in and then the opposition will score another one, and the Oilers are now down 5 or 6 minutes into a game, and then Skinner shuts the door. He realized, okay, now I've got to make sure I got to play perfect hockey from here on out, and he's done that. So I think that whatever happens the remainder of this series, I do believe that Stuart Skinner has proved himself as someone capable of taking his team to a Stanley Cup championship. And going forward, as you said earlier, this is not a team, a one-and-done team. This is a team that's built for a few more years. Hopefully this is the start of it, and hopefully this night is the start of 2 more games coming up afterwards.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I just look at Skinner's 25. You know, Bouchard and McLeod are 24, and McLeod scored in the last couple games here. He's been better in the Stanley Cup final. And then we got a pair of 22-year-olds, Broberg and Holloway. And I don't think there's any way to underscore what Philip Broberg has done in the 7 playoff games that he played. He came in Game 4 against Dallas, and he got into the series right from the get-go against Florida, and he's moved up into a second pairing on the right side. I mean, the Oilers have got some good young players to support some of the best players in the world here, but they also are 3 games. You said it with Reed Wilkins. They might not get closer. Like, we sit there and go, we know they're going to be there. I think the team, Rob, realistically is probably going to play 6 playoff series in the next 2 years. That's how good I think the team's going to be. But on that note, you're in the Stanley Cup final. You're just 3 games away from winning it yourself.
Well, if you look at it for going forward, if the Oilers don't win the Stanley Cup this year, they've got an entire summer of working out and 3 weeks of training camp, 8 exhibition games, 82 regular season games just to get to the playoffs. And then you have to win 12 more games against 3 good teams just to get to the point they're at right now. They may never get closer than they are right now. That's how close they are. This is 3 games away. And again, at any time this season, if you would have said the Oilers on June 18th will be 3 wins away from winning a Stanley Cup, we'd be throwing a party in September or October or December, whenever we would have been told that. So this is an opportunity. And I think also, and you went on about Broberg and Holloway, at the trade deadline, Ken Holland went out and made some moves. I do believe he felt that he had 2 aces in his pocket in the minors. That, okay, we'll get Stetcher, we need a veteran presence, but I got a Broberg down there that's playing well. Okay, we're going to get Henrique. I like what he does, and a Carrick, but I also have this kid Holloway that we feel can be a top 9, maybe even a top 6 guy. And I don't think the Oilers would have had as much success in these last number of games without a Broberg and a Holloway. They've been that important to the Oilers here in the last little while. So going forward, yes, the future is bright for some of these young stars for the Edmonton Oilers.
All right, well, from Florida's perspective, they had all their families, and everybody jetted up to Edmonton for game number 4 to see the possibility of winning a Stanley Cup, and they got beaten 8-1. They're a good team. We know they're a good team. We know they're going to bounce back and be bringing it tonight.
They will be. And I think the 8-1 drubbing is probably better for Florida than a 2-1 game. A 2-1 game might mask some mistakes, and you're like, oh, it's okay. They got lucky there, so we don't really have to change much. When you lose 8-1, you're watching video. You've been awoken to what the Edmonton Oilers are capable of doing. So they're going to come out with a different effort. I believe there will be a lot more discipline with regards to penalties, but also discipline with regard to defensive structure, getting pucks in deep, taking away the neutral zone. They were exposed. And it's a Florida Panther team that didn't get exposed very often this season. So Florida's going to be better. I do believe the Edmonton Oilers will be better. I think there's going to be a whale of a hockey game. And
I agree.
Hopefully this is the I think
series.
I agree, and hopefully this is the first of a 3-game series right now. And again, I just reiterate, the Oilers are 3 wins away from a Stanley Cup. Still have belief.
They are really working the crowd here to get them fired up. The Florida Panthers are about to take the ice. The officials have stepped on the ice. Let's go to the Ford Keys to the game. Brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. What do you got, Rob?
Well, when you play on the road in a building that's loud, you want to weather a storm. The Florida Panthers are going to come out in the first 5-7 minutes with everything they have. They have to do that. So if you're the Oilers, weather that. And the way to weather that is you get pucks, smart with it, good puck management, get pucks in deep, be physical when you have to be, but most of all, get a big save early in this hockey game. So to me, the biggest key of this game is going to be the first period play of Stuart Skinner.
There you go. That's our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown, and that wraps up Rogers Game Night. Jack Michaels will have the call of the game next. Game 5 Stanley Cup Final, another do or die for the Edmonton Oilers. They survived in style Saturday night back in Edmonton, a convincing 8-1 victory. Won't be that easy tonight, to say the least. We expect the Panthers' best. The Oilers are going to need to bring their best. Jack with the call up next. Game 5 Stanley Cup Final from Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida on 40 Oilers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinator.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. The one that hasn't subscribed yet. Yeah, I know. It's really hard. Just look down there. Hit that subscribe button. 65% of Game 4 viewers had not hit that subscribe button. Now, that's actually not bad compared to industry standards, but look, we're hit after 25K tonight. Let's get it done, insiders. Let's cheer them on, help them out, hit that subscribe button, and let's get past 25,000 tonight. Cheers, everybody. Have a great night, and back to the hockey. We'll see you in the chat.
An unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary. And for more information, head to avdiamond.ca today.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they're the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Oh!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
A man with glowing hearts, we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please remain standing for the presentation of our nation's colors by the United States Marine Corps Color Guard. Here to perform the Star-Spangled Banner, recording artist and singer-songwriter, whose debut album Big Mouth releases this fall, Brooke Alex.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that
All right.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
There he shoots and scores. Now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores.
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes.
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Drag them back to Alberta. That's what the Edmonton Oilers look to do in Game 5 as we've reached Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, owner of 18 professional majors, leading the drum roll. Let's go Panthers. Obviously a Floridian for several years, originally from Columbus, Ohio. The Panthers and the Oilers with Florida leading 3-1, and Edmonton starting Stuart Skinner in the pipes with Matthias Ekholm and Evan Bouchard on the back end, and up front Adam Henrique will start the game flanked by Connor Brown and Matthias Janmark. This line has been so good it's essentially become Edmonton's third line after starting the playoffs as the fourth line. We are live at Amerant Bank Arena alongside Bob Stauffer. I'm Jack Michaels with our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth in place. We're set for Edmonton, Florida, Game 5 of the final, and we are underway with Henrique winning the opening draw, and it's sent in deep immediately by Bouchard. Around the boards, Dmitry Kulikov unable to get it out, and then Luos Sterainen fell down. A centering pass and a one-timer stopped by Bobrovsky. What a gorgeous chance in the first 15 seconds as Matthias Janmark gliding down the slot. Connor Brown found him, and Janmark unable to bury it the way he did on the shorthanded goal in Game 4, Bob, but Florida continues to spring leaks.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there. I don't think Janmark got all that shot, Jack.
Off the draw, it's sent around the left-hand boards by Florida and cleared back to center. Panthers in the red with the blue pants and white numerals. They're moving right to left in this first period. Edmonton facing elimination for the fourth time in this Stanley Cup playoffs. They've obviously won the previous three behind Skinner's .938 save percentage in those games. Ekholm slides it up to Brown. Over the line, Janmark, and now Brown swooping in, dishing, and a quick shot by Leon Draisaitl from long range, and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Draisaitl still tied for second in the league with 10 goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but he has not scored. That was a turnover, a quick chance, and Skinner has to make the save. So both Skinner and Bobrovsky having to make early first period saves within the first minute, and 2 point-blank looks, one for each side, and neither converted. Sam Reinhart given a gift, Bob, and he can't bury it.
Yeah, Philip Broberg went to reverse the puck back behind the goal, and there was a miscommunication with him and Nurse, and a quick one-touch and pass in front. Skinner bailed the Oilers out there, Jack.
Face off to Skinner's right-hand side, and a shot taken by Matthew Tkachuk, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Leon Draisaitl shooting from distance, Bob. I don't mind that. He hasn't scored since Game 4 of the conference final against Dallas. And for Leon Draisaitl, as you know, an annual 40 to 50 goal man, and he had 41 this year. It's odd to have that kind of dry spell.
3 shifts into the game. We haven't seen McDavid yet for Edmonton.
Off the draw, Brett Kulak up the left-hand side. McDavid will be skating with Fogle and Hyman tonight, and this is an offside call whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Off the draw, Steve Kazari and Dan O'Rourke, the referees, Johnny Murray and Matt McPherson, the linesmen. Curiously enough, the Oilers have not won a game in the 5 prior games that Dan O'Rourke has worked in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Sam Bennett lining up against Derek Ryan, and a face-off win for Ryan. He'll look to pursue in the corner. Tugged free by Tkachuk inside. Bennett spun to the ice, and the Oilers quickly clear up the right wing boards. Perry might have put too much on this. Mikkola gets back to draw the icing call. Corey Perry playing on a line with Ryan and Ryan McLeod, who scored in back-to-back games. A minute 23 gone by.
So, Jack, now they get Big Barkov out against Derek Ryan. This is a very different matchup than the one against Bennett, because Barkov relies upon strength in the face-off circle, and he's owned Ryan head-to-head in this series.
Barkov wins the draw from Derek Ryan. Here's Gustav Forsling off to Evan Rodriguez. Shot deflected off a skate. Cody Ceci couldn't get there. Barkov centers. One-timer. What a save. Stuart Skinner flashing leather to rob Aaron Ekblad. And that looked like the two cross-seamers he handled so well in Edmonton on Saturday night, Bob. And Skinner, terrific save on Ekblad. And he's made two good ones here in the first 90 seconds.
Two fantastic stops, and that time a clean face-off loss, and then Cody Ceci got beat in the corner to a loose puck. McDavid finally on the ice, first shift, a minute 34 in, fourth shift for the Oilers of the game.
McDavid, Fogle, and Zach Hyman, and off the draw again. Florida able to control. Shoveled down low, reaching forward is Barkov. Working hard. Behind the net is Matthias Ekholm. He'll free it up the left-hand side for Fogle. Not out. Ekblad will swing it down low. Panthers with some early pressure here after Edmonton's glorious chance in the first 15 seconds. Barkov shot never made it to the net. Cleared by the Oilers and then tucked back in by Barkov, but handled by Ekholm. And the Oilers left to right will eventually break out as Florida collapses back to the neutral zone. Snapped in by Bouchard from center ice. His next point will give him 30 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Jumps up and blasts one. That's deflected to the corner. Ekholm will send it around the boards, and reaching forward is Zach Hyman. Pulled free by Barkov up the left-hand side, and eventually clearing is Ryan Lomberg, who plays for the first time since being benched for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final against the New York Rangers. Like Edmonton, Florida trailed 2-1 in their conference final. Panthers are offside, moving over the line right to left, so Stenlund will back off and allows Ryan Nugent-Hopkins to handle the puck. Broberg to Draisaitl, centering pass picked off. Draisaitl playing with Nugent-Hopkins and Dylan Holloway again as Edmonton elects to use the same lineup that pasted Florida 8-1 on Saturday night. Finishing the check on Broberg was Stenlund, and now Luo Sturinen will send it off the boards. Across, open man, Ekman Larson took a shot, and that was deflected over top and handled by Kyle Opozo. Now Luo Sturinen. He's banged off the puck immediately by Darnell Nurse, who scored his first goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs in that laugher on Saturday. Tarasenko, the man with the only goal for Florida, will pick it up from the end line. Kulikov to Ekman Larson, over to Tarasenko. Snapshot blocked by Nurse. And another good look for Florida from beneath the circles, Bob, but that time Nurse was in the shot lane.
They're on it early here, Jack.
Here's Lundell with a turnover. Draisaitl the steal. Turns for a moment. Luo Sturinen there to bother, and he just hands off to Bouchard for a reset as we come up on 4 minutes having elapsed in this first period. No score.
Quick change back to the McDavid line.
So Bouchard wings it up the right-hand side, and well covered was Hyman by Aaron Ekblad. Forced back into the Edmonton zone. Now Fogle from Bouchard has it taken off his stick. Sam Bennett to Carter Verhaeghe, and now Matthew Tkachuk, left corner. He's had a quiet Stanley Cup final. Pretty decent in the first 3 rounds, but he's been held in check by the Oilers. A drive by Forsling. Skinner a clean look on it, and he's able to smother it with 15:41 to go in the first period. The Panthers having taken 4 of the game's first 6 shots on net as Edmonton looks to become only the second team in the last 79 years to force a Game 6 after falling behind 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final. Adam Henrique was on the last team and the only team to do it in the last 8 decades, and that was the New Jersey Devils back in 2012 when he was a rookie.
Well, the Oilers got 2 of the first 3 shots on goal, 3 in a row from the Panthers, and 2 of them were A-grade.
Stenlund wins a face-off. Snapshot Mikkola and a save made. Stuart Skinner. Rebound hacked out of there by Ceci. And this will roll dead before the goal line. And a play made by Connor Brown. A steal on Brandon Montour. Centers. And a quick shot was driven off the pads of Bobrovsky. Good low shot by Kulak. And then Lomberg sent it in off the stick of Opozo, who runs Kulak face first into the boards. Takes the puck from him. Ekman Larson spinning and shooting. Redirected. And in the slot, we're going to have a penalty now called, and it's a high stick against Edmonton's Brett Kulak. At 4:47 of this first period, the Panthers will go on the power play. They're only 1 for 13 in the Stanley Cup final.
Well, Ryan Lomberg went in, and he hit the Edmonton Oilers Brett Kulak after Kulak had deposited the puck out, and Kulak got the high stick up in response, and Florida goes to their first power play of the game.
Panthers decent power play during the regular season, but really struggling here in the Stanley Cup Final. They were led by Sam Reinhart's 20 goals during the regular season, but here Carter Verhaeghe can't hold the zone after Edmonton with another face-off win. The Oilers have killed 40 of their last 41 on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill, and they start with Nugent Hopkins, Derek Ryan, Ekholm, and Ceci. Panthers turn it over at the Edmonton line, and here comes Nugent Hopkins with alacrity down the right-hand side. He centers, and that was tugged off a stick and picked up by the Panthers. Trying to clear and muscle it out was Montour. Following it up, Sam Reinhart. The dish to Carter Verhaeghe, left wing. He'll send it around the boards. That's going to be picked up by Matthew Tkachuk, and back to the point, Montour. Thrown across, and what a pick-off by Connor Brown. He's got a short-handed breakaway. Brown, backhander, score! Connor Brown gives the Edmonton Oilers a 1-0 lead. 5.5 minutes into Game 5.
Well, the Edmonton Oilers signed Connor Brown to be a second-line winger. He had such a difficult campaign coming off of the torn ACL, but he has been wonderful for the Oilers here in the playoffs. The Oilers' third shorthanded goal, and Brown utilizing that speed and goes to Ledeek, and we saw how great that lateral movement is with Bobrovsky. Brown finishes it off. It's a shorty for the Oilers.
Off the draw, the Oilers will dump it in. Remember, they're still shorthanded. That's goals in back-to-back games shorthanded for Edmonton, and both of them come early in the first period. Both the first goals of the game, Janmark and Brown. Here's Vladimir Tarasenko. If only someone could have forecast that coming into Game 5. Oilers battle, clear back to the point. Oliver Ekman-Larsson's wrist shot and a glove save made by Skinner, and then it was popped loose for a moment, and a big shot on Sam Bennett as the Oilers trying to clear the front of their net. 13:59 to go in the first, and it's 1-0 Edmonton. 46 seconds left in the penalty to Brett Kulak. But the story right now is Connor Brown with a shorthanded goal, putting Edmonton on top 1-0.
This has been a high-event game early here, Jack. This is an important draw for Adam Henrique.
Face off right side of Skinner. Draw one by Adam Henrique. It's loose in the corner. Panthers will try to dig it out of there. Loose puck, Tarasenko. Threw it around the boards for Sam Bennett. Edmonton a 1-0 lead in Game 5, trying to get the series back to Edmonton for Game 6 Friday night. Here's Lundell to Tarasenko. Panthers power play, struggling mightily. Ekman-Larsson, Tarasenko. Terrible pass. Picked off by Adam Henrique. That was easy. And he'll just lob it down the ice. And the Panthers about to go 1 out of 14. And now they've given up goals shorthanded in back-to-back games. Sam Bennett gets it back and slugged it wide from Kevin Stenlund. Janmark comes over to kill the remaining time on the Oiler power play. And once again, Edmonton's penalty kill does the job. Napa Auto Parts not only does the job, but puts the Oilers in front in Game 5. Here's Aaron Ekblad after an Edmonton dump in, starting up ice right to left. He'll locate Gustav Forsling, snaps it around the board. Skinner directing traffic. Ekblad tried to reverse back to Luo Sturinen. It was picked off by Broberg, and now Leon Draisaitl pulled off the puck by Luo Sturinen. He tries to cut around Broberg, going to have the puck snatched away, and it's Draisaitl. Looking home run was Connor McDavid, and instead it's Nurse who fires off the rush off the right shoulder of Sergei Bobrovsky, and shoveled back the other way by Luo Sturinen. Connor Brown going to the deke, Bob. We saw that in Game 1.
A little bit of
Edmonton tried it twice, and Bobrovsky stopped both, but Brown waited him out, and the Oilers have the lead as the result. A dump in, and Ekholm will put it behind the net, trying to track it down. McDavid and Zach Hyman. Barkov with a backhand clear to center ice. Shot back in immediately by Bouchard, and Edmonton's top players will change. Picked up up and cleared by Barkov up the right-hand side as the crowd of 19,000 plus at Amerant Bank Arena tries to revive the Panthers. That shorthanded goal took the steam out of a crowd ready to celebrate the Florida Panthers' first Stanley Cup championship, this their 30th year. Did make the final in 1996, season 3, and the first one in this building, but they were swept aside in 4 straight by Colorado, and the brilliant goaltending of Patrick Waugh. Chipped up the right-hand side by Sam Bennett, settled by Evan Bouchard, and played over to Cody Ceci. From the blue line, it's punched forward. Here's Adam Henrique, stop shot off the rush and a save. Sergei Bobrovsky, that time holding sway. The Oilers have outshot the Panthers 8-6 in the first 8 minutes and 40 seconds. But most importantly, again, it's the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill coming through in the clutch. Connor Brown, unassisted, shorthanded, 5.5 in. It's Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, and Edmonton with a 1-0 lead in Florida, trying to drag the Panthers back to Alberta. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm proud to call myself an Albertan. You know, after years of touring this great province in my Ford F-150, I've learned the value of driving a tough, capable, smart truck. Whether you're working for the weekend or long-hauling it like I am.
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us once again for more awesome sports action here on Toronto Sports Insider. Make sure you have hit that subscribe button down below. We are almost at 25,000 subscribers. It's absolutely insane to think about how fast this community has grown, but it's all because of you. Thank you all for being here. Make sure if you're new, hit that subscribe button. And everybody else who is part of this 24,359 before we hit record tonight, appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's get it done.
Hey, maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
Live sky high with remarkable units for rent and for sale at Sky Signature Suites. Currently offering amazing incentives on 1- and 2-bedroom rentals featuring designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. All of this and more within the heart of Ice District, Edmonton's best address for shopping, dining, entertainment, and fun. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face-off left side of Sergei Bobrovsky. It'll be Connor McDavid taking the draw with Edmonton on top 1-0. Connor Brown, his second goal of the postseason. A shorthanded goal and a face-off win for Alexander Barkov as the Panthers work it up the left-hand side. Again, the penalty kill, the story. Said it all playoffs long. There's one reason why Edmonton's playing its 105th game tonight. It's the PK. Up the right-handed side and sent in deep by Sam Reinhart. Barkov won a battle. Backhander short side and a save made. But now we might have a penalty against Florida for a cross-check. He might have cleared out too hard there. I think this is going against the Panthers.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Barkov cleared out his man. Paul Maurice won't be happy. But now the Oilers, already having scored a shorthanded goal, will go on the power play. Now, their own power play has struggled in this series as well. Their only goal came 5-on-3 in the 8-1 smackdown of the Panthers on Saturday. Now, a 5-on-4 situation, Bob, and it seems critical to put Florida into an early and somewhat desperate hole.
1 for 16. That's all Edmonton's power play is in this series, Jack, as you know.
Stenlin won the face-off, comes away with the puck, and he's got Luostarinen right here with him on the right-hand side against Bouchard and McDavid, and then tapped wide. Bouchard watches as McDavid shovels it up to Leon Draisaitl with a head of steam over the line, left to right, pulls up on the right half boards. Nugent Hopkins the trailer. Now you've got McDavid. Bouchard will give it up. Draisaitl top of the right circle. He'll deliver a pass to Bouchard. Florida penalty kill 94% the last 17 games. Ekblad up the right-hand side. Luostarinen to Stenlund. Up the right wing boards and out. I'll tell you what, Stenlund, I can't remember too many PK draws he's lost in this series.
He's been a terrific free agent signing. He's going to get himself paid in the next deal, maybe $1.75 million.
Scored 11 goals this year as well. Here's McDavid in over the line. Shovels off to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Tied up. Nugent-Hopkins digs in hard on Lundell. And I think we might have an even up here. They gave Nugent-Hopkins some latitude, but he stayed with it and ends up taking a penalty that will cancel out the Edmonton Atco Energy power play. So we'll skate 4-on-4 for about a minute. Bob, you could feel that coming.
Well,
I thought he dug in a little too hard there.
It's a penalty. I mean, that's 3 offensive puck touches on the power play where the Oilers misplayed the puck. And I know that they've dramatically improved the ice here. It's a lot better than it used to be. It just seems a couple times there that the Oilers with some misplays, and you can ill afford to do that against a Florida team that's jumping up in a space and taking time and space away from you right away.
Well, they're forcing Edmonton to make awfully quick plays, and even for as elite a power play as Edmonton has, you can't have one even half bobble.
Nope.
Off the draw, here's Aaron Ekblad shooting, and that was blocked. Rebound, Sam Bennett borrowed his way in. 4-on-4 for a minute, and then the Panthers will get an abbreviated power play. Brown and Nurse force a bad pass back to the point, out of the reach of Lundell. Bobrovsky way out to handle it. He'll give it up to Gustav Forsling, and it's a reset for the Panthers halfway through this first period. 1-0 Edmonton on the shorthanded goal by Connor Brown. Here's Sam Bennett. In right to left, pulls up, dishes off to Forsling. Back to Bennett, high slot, snapshot, and that ricocheted up off a body on the plexi, and unable to hold on to it was Lundell. It's forced back the other way. Darnell Nurse trying to catch Forsling napping, nearly did. Thrust a one-handed shot on Bobrovsky that was turned aside, and now Florida will go to the power play. So the Panthers on the power play officially for a minute 3. This is a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Again, the Oilers have been nothing short of brilliant in the series and in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's Verhaeghe in over the line, shooting, and that bounced off Cody Ceci. The rebound gathered by Connor McDavid and shoveled back to center. The only goal that Edmonton's given up in the last 42 was Evan Rodriguez's insurance goal in the third period of Game 2 last week in Sunrise. Here's Barkov and Verhaeghe battling in the corner. Warren Fogle threw it around the boards for Matthias Ekholm. He'll look up ice and launch one to the Florida blue line. Montour ahead to Barkov, left wing, snapshot deflected up and out of play by Matthias Ekholm, and Edmonton just as stifling as Florida on the PK. 8:09 to go in the first period. The difference is Edmonton's been scoring, and the Oilers an astounding +20 on special teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, it's crazy, but every team that's won the special teams battle has won the series in the first 14 series that have been played so far. Real important defensive zone draw. Derek Ryan against Barkov.
Off the draw, Broberg gives it up for Matthias Janmark, and he'll flip it back to center. That's settled and played across to Ekman Larsson. In over the line, Sam Reinhart. Penalty to Nugent-Hopkins set to expire here. It's Reinhart behind the net, defended by Nurse and Broberg. Wrist shot, and that was off a Nurse, who then comes up with a puck. Dropping his stick was Janmark. Florida maintained, but Verhaeghe put it right back into Janmark, and a shot from the point is intercepted by Broberg, who swiftly attacks the center and shovels it behind the Florida defense. So the Panthers are 0 for 2 with a shorthanded goal against here in the first period of Game 5. And as a result, Edmonton facing elimination for the 4th time, leading 1-0. Zach Hyman tried to sidestep Forsling, and was taken off his feet. Ekblad fell down. Bouncing puck finally corralled by Luostarinen, followed up by Lundell, but when he tried to put it up the gut for Tarasenko, was intercepted by Draisaitl. And once again, this far from a Picasso here in the early going. Draisaitl, Hyman, and McDavid out there fresh off a successful kill, and Hyman just ran right through Anton Lundell. Heavy collision between Tarasenko and Draisaitl. Shot in by McDavid, out of the reach of Bobrovsky. Luostarinen feels Draisaitl's Oilers' presence. Corey Perry has come onto the ice, and now it's chipped back to Aaron Ekblad. He'll come up ice with it for Sam Bennett. From center ice, it's shot in. 6.5 to go in the first period. Oilers lead it 1-0. Big hit on Holloway. Trying to follow up as Kulikov. It did not happen for Kulikov. That puck crawled outside the zone. It's an offside whistled against Florida. And with 6:31 to go, we'll have a neutral zone draw right in front of the Edmonton bench. The Oilers have outshot the Panthers 9-6. And Connor Brown has put Edmonton one step closer to forcing a Game 6. A shorthanded goal has given the visitors a 1-0 lead at Emirates Bank Arena. This is Stanley Cup Final Game number 5 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Who do you want, Jeff?
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. I wanted to bring your attention to a little update from the channel. Remember the Leafs playoff run? Well, of course you do. It's Toronto Sports Insider. We donated that money, 100% of all of the revenue from Toronto Sports Insider from the Leafs playoff run to sick kids. And you can still add to that amount. Now, I'm not going to tell you the amount. I'm going to let you click the link yourself. You'll be able to see it. But I left a little bit of wiggle room there to add to the donation. So anybody that wants to get in, you can donate directly to sick kids by clicking that link and doing it. We have done something very, very special here in Toronto Sports Insider during this run, and we have now created a partnership with Sick Kids moving forward. It is going to be amazing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your amazing work and the donations and the memberships and the sharing of the links. My goodness, everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you in the chat.
As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. Atco Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822. All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oiler 50-50 sitting at $1.2 million. Bob, it got up over $16 million the other night. We've got $5,000 for Safeway and $10,000 cash.
Hey, real quick, while they're still talking about their 50-50, cheers, Insiders. Great to see every single one of you in the chat. Pierre, John, B. Martins. Oh, hey, babe. I was trying to get that picture up, and then I started having a few issues over here, so I just held back on that. But anyways, back to the hockey. Abstracted, what's up? Cheers, everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's go. 24,635. We're hitting 25K tonight. Let's go, everybody. Back to the hockey.
Immediate rebound didn't happen. Held in by Broberg, down low for Brown. He'll swing it around the boards for Darnell Nurse. It's Brown's shorthanded goals that has given Edmonton a 1-0 lead in this first period. Less than 6 minutes to go. Bobrovsky deked by Connor Brown, who scored on the backhand. Lomberg will dump it in. And Brown, a tortured soul for much of the regular season, has delivered a terrific playoffs in support. Had 4 goals all season, but you just wanted one big one in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and he's given you 2 as Florida steps in offside in transition. 5:36 to go in the first period. Oilers 1 and the Panthers nothing. And it looks like, to me, Bob, Brown and Janmark are reading everything Florida's doing on the power play. I mean, they went to school on them is the way I read it.
No question about it. It's been really impressive here.
I mean, the Panthers aren't close.
I mean, the Oilers lost some momentum on their power play as well, Jack, with 3 misplays and were forced to take a penalty, but gained some back with a real good PK work in the back half of that Florida opportunity.
Off the draw. Here's Kulak up the left-hand side. Draisaitl hits Cody Ceci in stride. Blast. And that one stayed out. A high riser over Bobrovsky. Then swept down low. Ceci again, this time flinging it into the opposite corner. Handled and cleared by Anton Lundell, but out of the reach of Verhaeghe. And now chipped softly by Kulak through the neutral zone. Holloway stymied. Holloway with 2 goals and an assist in the Game 4 blowout victory for Edmonton. Edmonton, the youngest Oiler in the history of the Stanley Cup Final to have a 2-goal game. Tkachuk a steal, and he'll put it into the opposite corner. He's not 23 years of age yet. Here's for Hagee. Punch forward. Reaching for it. Tkachuk and Bennett couldn't come up with it. And it's Draisaitl the other way for Edmonton. Delivers a clear back inside the Florida zone. Here's Holloway centering pass. And that was brushed aside by Evan Rodriguez, who had 3 goals in the first 2 games here at Sunrise. But here he gives it away to McDavid. Centering pass. One-timer Ekholm, and they had it blocked. That would have been a heck of a look. But Reinhart got in the lane and then cleared away from Foegele back to center. Batted down by Ekholm. This is a hand pass if Hyman touches it first, and he does. Matt McPherson signals emphatically. 4:19 to go in the first period. The Oilers 1-0 on a shorthanded goal by Connor Brown have the lead in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, live from Sunrise on the Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the screen. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers! 737373, Pizza 73.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Believing in yourself takes confidence. At Portage College, 93% of grads say their education gave them the skills and knowledge they needed for their careers. That's the kind of confidence that leads to great results. Learn more at portagecollege.ca.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
The Edmonton Oilers trying to drag Florida back to Alberta with a 1-0 lead in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida Panthers having endured their first ever regulation defeat in Rogers Place on Saturday night. They had been 5-0-3 prior to that 8-1 loss. And the Oilers have gotten the first goal tonight, which is key against Florida. Panthers are excellent front-running club. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, they haven't lost a game when leading after 1 or 2. Here's Broberg up the middle. And they're 18-3 when getting the first goal the last 2 Stanley Cup playoff runs, both of which have resulted in Florida going to the final. Lomberg a heavy forecheck on Broberg, but Edmonton able to seal the wall and nurse up to Ryan McLeod for a clear back to center. Bounce back in by Florida's fourth line. Lomberg coming hard on Derek Ryan, who's able to shake him off, get it to Corey Perry, who musters a clear back to center. Ekman Larsson's off balance, so Ryan McLeod will take over. Coming off back-to-back games where he has a goal, and here he stuffs it deep into the Florida zone from center. Forsling back together for Florida. Right to left, he's got Anton Lundell. Boy, has he had a good Stanley Cup playoff. 16 points for Lundell. Sent down low, Hyman able to chip it ahead. Inside the Florida line, pushed back hard the other way by Ekblad. Took a pop from Foegele in doing so, and now it's Connor McDavid. Dropping it off for Bouchard. Once again, Edmonton's depth giving the Oilers a jolt early in a playoff game. Here's Ekholm, snapping to Bouchard. High slot, drag move, lost the handle. And the Oilers have been a bit jittery with the puck. Luos Karinen will shovel it behind the Edmonton defense. Having said that, the Oilers have limited the Panthers to just 6 shots. McDavid, left to right. He'll shoot it in. Edmonton, 9 shots on net. Florida 6, a 1-0 lead for the Oilers. Shorthanded goal, Connor Brown. Barkov trying to follow it up at center ice. Brown and Ceci defending right at the red line with Sam Reinhart, who exploded for a career-high 57 goals during the regular season. Rodriguez, cross-ice, Mikkola to Montour, whacked off the boards. No icing as Kulak back to control for Edmonton. Barkov bearing down on him. The Selke finalist forces a giveaway. Mikkola's shot pinballed off Adam Henrique, and he'll have to do it again, this time from center ice, just dumping it behind the Oiler net, patrolled by Stuart Skinner. In games 4 through 7 in the playoffs this year, he's a perfect 8-0 with a save percentage of .944 coming in. Turned over by Kulikov. Here's Enrique looking to center, and that went off the skate of Nugent Hopkins. That was close. Back to the point, Darnell Nurse. And Edmonton has found some room in the slot. Reverse hit by Kachuk on Broberg. Holloway popped from behind by Ekman-Larsson. Now Kulikov looking up ice for Carter Verhaeghe, who's been quiet the last couple of games. He'll shoot it in. Around the board, Sam Bennett put it back on Aaron Ekblad's stick. Back behind the net, Broberg comes over to cut it off. Minute 20 to go. Centering pass. That deflected off the side of the net. Handled by Ekblad. Tough pass into the feet of Verhaeghe and scooped out by Nurse. Blasted back in by Ekblad, and Florida pours in once again. Draisaitl engaged with Sam Bennett. Beautiful play to nudge it ahead for Darnell Nurse. 3-on-2 Edmonton. Nugent Hopkins in over the line. Holloway a shot to save Bobrovsky. That got heavy on him, Bob. That was an explosive wrist shot from Dylan Holloway and steered up the left-hand side. Eventually sent out by the Panthers, overrunning the play Sam Bennett. And with less than a minute to go in the period, Draisaitl able to take over once more for Edmonton. Fogle, McDavid, and Hyman will finish out the period. Dump in, Bobrovsky played it up the boards. Bouchard forced to back off. Ekholm able to cover at his own blue line. Snapped it back into the Florida zone. Big hop off the end boards. Mikkola plays to the corner with Fogle tracking. Ekholm tried to free it up. Barkov trying to reverse pivot on McDavid, who sealed him off brilliantly. McDavid getting a lot of plaudits for his work defensively in this series, and he's created an opportunity for Hyman. A shot in front. McDavid could not settle the puck down. Now gets it back from Bouchard. 5 seconds. McDavid looking to create magic. A backhander in front, and that slid wide. We're going to have a penalty against Florida, I believe, at the horn. It's going to be an interference call. A fresh sheet of ice for the Edmonton Oilers in period 2, and it's second power play as a result. So the Oilers, a major move there. Interference call against Florida, and now Edmonton already up 1-0 courtesy of special teams. The shorthanded unit coming through again. Connor Brown unassisted, and now they'll have a power play to begin the second period. So an ideal start for the Oilers. Panthers did not have a shot on net over the last 8 minutes of that first period. Excellent start for Edmonton here in Game 5 of the Cup Final, with once again its season on the line, Bob, and the Oilers able to summon some of their best. And we're joined by Ryan Nugent Hopkins. And Ryan, you got to tell me, how much work did you guys do on the Florida power play? It's the penalty kill has really been solid, and Connor Brown gives you another lift early.
I can't hear.
Let's try that again. Ryan, you got us? Okay.
Ryan, one more time.
Okay, he tried.
All right, fair enough. We'll have to sort that out. And the Edmonton Oilers with a 1-0 lead over the Florida Panthers. Apologize for those technical difficulties. We've had plenty of them down here in Sunrise. But, Bob, special teams once again carrying the day for the Oilers. The penalty kill, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins part of that unit, and obviously Connor Brown, like Janmark in Game 4, giving Edmonton an early spark. And the Oilers carried it through. I mean, you know, Florida just didn't do much, at least in the general direction of Stuart Skinner over the back half of that first period, with the cup in the building and theoretically quite motivated to put this series to rest and not have to endure another 6-hour flight to Edmonton.
Yeah, no, a great point by you, Jack. And it really started, I mean, Skinner made 2 awesome saves in the first 4 minutes of this game. a sort of a misguided miscommunication between Broberg and Darnell Nurse, and a point-blank rip job and a great save by the Oilers' Stuart Skinner, and he made a couple pretty good ones. And then Edmonton settled down a bit, and they settled down the same way. And I know you talked about you said Brown was due for one. The penalty-killing unit was going to potentially strike again. And the Oilers are now outscoring Florida 3-1 in special teams in this series, and both teams have one power play goal. The Oilers have outscored the Florida Panthers 2-1 when Florida has had the power play in the series, and the Panthers have had 15 power plays. It's unbelievable. And now
Edmonton has to get its own power play.
They got to get their own.
The Panthers have done well on the PK.
Jack, it's the same thing all the time on the road. It's overhandling the puck. You got to put pucks in the net early in the power play. You get a chance in their zone. You can't make six. I know the ice is better here than it used to be. The players said the ice was better here than it was in Dallas. They said it was better than it was in Vancouver. I don't care. Get the puck to the net, attack the net, create some chaos. Simplify what you're doing on the power play. And give credit where credit's due. They've done a good job in their PK too. But a real opportunity here at the start of the second period. And I liked Edmonton's game. The Oilers, they looked fairly settled. The Lomberg was running around a little bit, and they created a couple turnovers as a result of that. He passed off at a point-blank opportunity as well. So the Oilers have a chance here early in period number 2 with the power play, and I just want them to simplify it and get it to the goal.
Well, Connor Brown taking it hard to the goal with a brilliant read, and then a deke of Sergei Bobrovsky was so strong on breakaways and, quite frankly, any point-blank chance in Game 1, and he was able to back it up in Game 2 with another stellar outing. But thus far, the Oilers have gotten to him again, this time with a shorthanded goal. They've now scored 7 goals on him in their last 59 minutes. So basically, in the last, complete game he's played, if you want to call 59 minutes a full game, he's given up 8 goals, and that's certainly a positive. 7 coming into tonight, make it 8 now with a shorthanded goal by Connor Brown that has provided Edmonton with a 1-0 lead through 20 minutes of play. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey live from Sunrise, with Edmonton looking to extend the Stanley Cup Final to a Game 6. Game 5 off to a good start. The Oilers Radio Network.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming a 630 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment.
Sign up now at 630ched.com
and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to be.
What's up, Insiders? TSI Mike here. We have a thing here on Toronto Sports Insider. If you see the old shorts that we used to do till, I got too busy to make any other content, and here I am. So, focusing on the product at hand, which while you're all here. Anyways, we're popping this at $25,000. Ferrari is the pick of the day on the way home from the office today. So, Ferrari fans, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching this, please look down, check if you're subscribed. If you're not, please hit that button, and let's make a difference here. Let's get up over 25,000 tonight. Hockey, here you go. Drink it on the job, says Extracted. Absolutely, man. It's my channel. I can do what I want. Popping it at 25K. Cheers, everybody. Back to the action. Oh, there's TSI Allison, babe. I love you. Babe, I love you so much. I miss you. Oh, my God. But I'm so glad you guys are having fun. I was going to try and add the pictures in, but I am having a little bit of issues with the other videos I added in earlier with the Sick Kids update and whatnot. So jump on that, guys. If you haven't clicked that link, check it out. That amount so far, I haven't even looked to see if we've gotten any donations yet since then. But click that link and donate directly to Sick Kids. We gave 100% of the revenue from Toronto Sports Insider during the Leafs playoff run and a little bit of more time. And you know what? it was so awesome to see this community come together. Thank you all so much. I mean, look at it. You see it now with 24,695. Come on, 5 more people. Get it over 24/7. Let's go. 4 more. Unreal. We've just started something big with Sick Kids. We're going to have a lot of fun. Say hi to Between the Pipes, says TSI Allison. Okay, I got you, babe. Hi, Between the Pipes. How are you? Where are you? I don't even see you in the chat. But Void, Abstracted, taking care of business. Cheers, taking care of business. Good to see you. 2 more people. Hit that subscribe button. Come on. Get on with it. Let's go. There's one more. Come on. Up. There we go. 300 to go. It's the first intermission. I'm going to get out of here. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you guys real soon. Let's have some fun. Go Oilers, go.
A close-up of Paul Maurice on the bench saying exactly how he felt about it. But to me, when the Oilers got the penalty there, I'm thinking that's a good thing for the Oilers. A, Florida can't score. B, you're going to get some chances of your own. But C, it also means the referees are going to call penalties tonight. And Connor Brown continues his great play here in the playoffs.
Well, and I'm watching the game here with Mooner. Like, he made a great point. Throughout the entire playoffs, the Oilers are -1 while shorthanded. That's it. That'd be a good week for a lot of teams killing a penalty, and the Oilers have done it almost over 2 months here in the postseason. So pretty incredible. Still a lot of work tonight. I thought the Oilers. I thought that was a good start for Florida, Rob, and actually the Oilers getting on the PK almost settled them down. I thought the rest of the period, the Oilers were pretty good. They needed Skinner a couple of times early, and then I kind of liked the rest of the Oilers period after they scored.
Well, the key for the game when Bob and I were talking, I said, is weather the storm. The Florida Panthers are going to come out in the first 5 to 7 minutes and push, as they should. And to weather a storm, the biggest thing you need is good goaltending. You're going to need a save or two. And the save that Skinner made, he made the one on Reinhart, first of all, but he just got big and Reinhart hit him. But the save he made on Ekblad, that was a wonderful play by Barkov. He's going backdoor. Ekblad's coming in, and Ekblad got all of it. It wasn't a one-timer, but he got it off his stick quickly, and he got, some steam on it. And that save right there, if they score there, it's 1-0, and Florida is going nuts. That rink is loud. Instead, Skinner makes the save, settles his team down, and I agree. I think the penalty kill, which has been excellent all season long, or all playoffs long, has settled the game down. And after they killed that off, the Oilers were the better team in the second half of that period. So a great first 20. The Oilers are going to have a chance to extend the lead. Now, the Oilers' power play has not been fantastic in this series. But what a time to score a goal, to extend a lead. The Florida Panthers, the way Skinner's playing, it looks like they're going to have to work hard for everything they get offensively, force them to have to score 2 or 3 goals. To do that, extend the lead on a power play here.
Just news here about an absolute legend in the world of sports. The San Francisco Giants have announced that Willie Mays has passed away at the age of 93, World Series champion in 94, 2-time MVP, 11 years apart, Rob. You and I aren't old enough to have seen Willie Mays play, but he won the MVP in 54 and again in 65. How about this? A 24-time All-Star. What an unreal career. That is incredible.
It is. That is a huge loss to the baseball and the sporting community. A wonderful human being and a fantastic athlete. So sorry to hear for that. And our best all go to his family and his fans.
Yeah, Willie Mays passing away at the age of 93. The Oilers lead the Florida Panthers 1-0. Connor Brown shorthanded. We're through 20 minutes in Game 5 of the Cup Final. You're listening to Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown and Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
This is Global News at the first intermission. I'm Rod Kurtz. A major seizure of contraband at the maximum security Edmonton institution. Corrections Canada says back on June the 9th, staff at the prison found methamphetamine, cannabis concentrate, SIM cards, and a mobile phone valued at about $193,000. While the Max isn't saying what exactly led to the seizure, it says it regularly uses ion scanners and drug detecting dogs to search buildings, personal property, inmates, and visitors. The driver of a Sprinter van lucky to have walked away from a crash south of Beaumont earlier today. Police say the van collided with a semi at the intersection of Highway 814 and Airport Road. The driver of the van was pinned for a time but eventually freed. He suffered minor injuries and was released at the scene. Police say the driver of the semi wasn't hurt. Some trouble for air travelers on the horizon. 700 WestJet mechanics and other skilled tradespeople could walk off the job this Thursday evening after serving strike notice. The move by the Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association came after the union said WestJet cut off talks. WestJet wants Federal Labor Minister Seamus O'Regan to get the Canada Industrial Relations Board involved. I'm Rod Kurtz, your next scheduled newscast at second intermission on 6:30 CHED.
Hey parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit kepleracademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Chemco is building industry across Canada, and now they're on the lookout for civil and electrical project managers, estimators, and superintendents to join their dedicated team. Why Chemco? Because Chemco cares. They put people first, offering top-tier compensation packages and an unwavering commitment to safety. At Chemco, safety isn't just a priority, it's everybody's business. Ready to be part of a team that truly values you? Visit chemco.com/careers today.
The intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
And let's check the out-of-town scoreboard provided by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Top of the 7th inning, Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 3-2. Euro today. Portugal wins 2-1 over Czechia. Got a goal there in injury time to pull out the win. And Turkey knocks off Georgia 3-1. American Hockey League Championship Series, it'll continue tonight. Game starts in about an hour. Hershey at Coachella Valley. That's Seattle's farm team. 2-3-2 format, so the next 3 games will be in Coachella Valley. It's tied 1-1 in that best-of-7 series. The Oilers' penalty killing keeps rolling along. Connor Brown, shorthanded breakaway to break the ice in the first period, and now the Oilers with a full 2-minute power play to start period 2. Jack and Bob will tell the tale when we get back. 1-0 Edmonton. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit skysignaturesuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Honey, I overloaded the washing machine and there's a mini waterfall pouring through the basement roof.
We'll fix it. Don't worry, babe.
And I might have horribly shrunk your lucky jersey.
Oh!
Life happens. Access Insurance can help. The save of the game is brought to you by Access Insurance. When Albertans need it most, they know they can count on the Access Insurance team for a huge save. It's easy to switch and save. Check out their Google reviews.
Visit accessinsurancegroup.com.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education, municipalities, and more. They are a big part of Alberta's past and will be a big part of Alberta's future. Apprenticeship, jobs, pension. That's IUOE Local 955. Visit joinustoday.ca to learn more, and let's go Oilers.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Panthers, another rock-solid showing in the early going, and then Edmonton got on the penalty kill and turned the game right around as the Oilers capitalizing Connor Brown coast to coast, and the Edmonton Oilers now will have a fresh sheet of ice with Nico Mikkola in the box for a 2-minute interference minor, and after scoring shorthanded, the Oilers will go to the power play to start the second period. It's curious. Brown, Janmark, and Henrique started the game, Bob, and then they started the scoring with Brown scoring shorthanded. Chris Knobloch pushing the right buttons. Your starting lineup, of course, as always, brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the preferred builder of the Edmonton Oilers, who are now on an Atco power play as Connor McDavid right to left into the offensive zone after an initial Florida clear. Panthers have been almost as good as the Oilers on the PK in the Stanley Cup playoffs. McDavid, another mishandle, and Luos Dorinen with a clear down the left-hand side. But we've seen a lot of bobbles for Edmonton on the power play. What a dart down the middle and an offside whistled against the Oilers right in front of the Edmonton bench. Linesman was right there, Bob. I don't think he blew the call.
No, it was
Oilers are offside, 1-0. Minute 21 and the penalty to Mikkola, and a missed opportunity for Edmonton.
100% great headman pass from Bouchard, and just half stride offside was the Edmonton Oilers' Zach Hyman. Yeah, McDavid's hit on the power play, the 2 power plays Edmonton's had. He's had a couple puck bobbles.
Reinhart able to win the face-off. The Panthers short-handed here. Barkov's going to try to protect the puck, but he's knocked off balance by Draisaitl. And here comes Edmonton right to left. And even there, Draisaitl with a brief bobble as he entered the zone. It threw off the timing of the play. Barkov was able to reel him in from behind and thrust it back down. Oilers right to left. In the white sweaters, Bouchard once again headmans McDavid. Driving in, finally wrestled free by Forsling, so he'll move it to Draisaitl. Then Forsling a good read on a pass intended for McDavid. He works hard to free it up for Barkov. Back to the point, Bouchard nudged back down low to Draisaitl. Saucer to Bouchard. Cross to Nugent-Hopkins. Now Bouchard high slot. Power play in effect for another half minute. Draisaitl, right circle. One-timer Bouchard, and that was redirected up over top. Nugent-Hopkins to McDavid. Shrugs off a check. Nudged it in front. Turned over. Draisaitl back to Bouchard. Florida had a chance. Nugent-Hopkins a shot. And a sellout block made by Aaron Ekblad. Brilliant play by Ekblad. Maybe his best of the series. Hyman to Nugent-Hopkins coming on to the corner with a feed to Bouchard. Left circle McDavid in front. Hyman to Nugent-Hopkins denied by the blocker of Sergei Bobrovsky. McDavid as the power play comes to a close. Slap shot score! Evan Bouchard extends the lead to 2-0. Edmonton, a power play goal with 2 seconds left of the penalty clock. And it's a 2-goal lead for the visitors in Game 5.
Well, that is your proverbial Boosh bomb, the man with the hardest shot in the league, maybe since we've seen Al McInnes. And right at the end of the power play, the first unit out there in the entire time, and McDavid was able to sweep it back, and Bouchard with an absolute howitzer. Net front presence from Zach Hyman. Blocker side again on Bobrovsky.
That might have gone in off of Hyman. Did it go off his kneecap, Bob?
It might have got a piece of him. We'll have to wait and see. 2-0 Oilers.
I mean, that was absolutely hammered. And my first look at it, my inclination is that might have grazed the kneecap of Zach Hyman. And he'll have a second look potentially at a 15th goal in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm going to say it's Hyman's from Bouchard and McDavid.
Yep. But it's the heavy shot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
damage that gets created from it.
But it's also Zach Hyman is, I mean, it's like he's playing pinball. He angles his body in such a way where he's going to get a few of those bounces. He gets one there. And Zach Hyman, with his first goal of the series and his 15th of the Stanley Cup playoffs, has extended this lead to 2-0.
And we thought he might have scored the 6-1 goal on the 5-on-3. And it
went to Nugent Hopkins eventually. Puck cleared out of play off the center ice, drawn to the Oiler bench. So now a face-off outside the Florida blue line and a face-off win for Sam Bennett. Across to Kulikov, and he'll launch one inside the Oiler blue line. Darnell Nurse reverses to Broberg up the right-hand side, Corey Perry. And now you've got it settled. And with movement, Kulikov up the center ice. Banged in deep. Here's Ekman Larsson a drive, and that's wide. Glove side on Stuart Skinner. Shoveled back down low by Kulikov. Here's Matthew Tkachuk with his team trailing 2-0. Kulikov across. Ekman Larsson backing off, spinning, tried to center. Broken up by McLeod and Perry. The Oilers can't get it clear. It's still being smacked around, but when Tkachuk tried to slide it in front, it was picked off by Philip Broberg and pumped right back into the Florida zone. So it's a shorthanded and a power play goal that have put the Oilers up by a count of 2-0 in Game 5. Looking to extend to a Game 6. We'd have it for you Friday night in Edmonton. And that would be 620 Mount Adam Henrique. In up the right-hand side, but not out. Forced back down low, Brandon Montour. Behind the net, Luos Torinin. A couple of jam plays. A save made by goaltender Stuart Skinner. He'll freeze it with 3 1/2 gone by in this second period. And Edmonton leading by a count of 2-0.
Hard net drive there from Eetu Luos-Torinin, and this has been a good third line for the Panthers. Anton Lundell's had some good moments in this series.
He's had some good moments throughout the playoffs.
And Tarasenko has sniped a couple for them in the series as well, including a critical goal on a...
Matthew Tkachuk has got to get going for Florida if you're looking at that perspective. Hyman's 15th from Bouchard and McDavid. Any which way you slice it, Bouchard is now joined. You brought up McInnes. He's one of 3 defensemen with 30-plus points in a Stanley Cup playoff year. Paul Coffey and Brian Leetch being the others. And now Bouchard joins that select company as only the 4th defenseman in the history of the league with 30 points in a Stanley Cup playoff year. Here's Draisaitl operating offensive zone. Centering pass intercepted by Evan Rodriguez, left to right for the Panthers. They're clad in the red sweaters. Rodriguez muscles one toward the net, but it's redirected wide. Barkov too hard with a pass to Montour, who hammers it back in, and you hear Matt McPherson saying that's offside. Florida's got to tag back up, and the Oilers will move the puck to center. Wristed down deep by Kulak, pinballed around and gobbled up by Gustav Forsling. He'll swing it up the right-hand side and out. This will be an icing call against the Florida Panthers, who've been limited to just 7 shots through nearly 25 minutes of Game 5. And as a result, the Oilers seemingly in control here with a 2-0 advantage. Connor McDavid now the 5th all-time leading scorer in a Stanley Cup playoff year. His next point will give him 40. And that was the year, of course, Wayne Gretzky carried the LA Kings into the final where they were beaten by Montreal in 5. The famous hat trick, remember, in Game 7 in Toronto. Off the draw, working up the left-hand side and shooting down low, Carter Verhaeghe. Panthers trying to revive their own crowd. Ekblad to Sam Bennett, punched off his stick brilliantly. Good work on the check by Zach Hyman, forcing that out. Florida able to tug it back in. Bouchard, a lazy turnover, a shot by Forsling, and a save made by Skinner. And now Bouchard will launch it ahead for Fogle to skate into. He's got it, left corner offensive zone. On his backhand to Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores! And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Fogle. And the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta.
Well, the Edmonton Oilers, Jack, had 5 high flip plays against the Florida Panthers in game number 4 in Edmonton and created 4 A-grade scoring opportunities off that. And that time, Fogle was able to reel it in, and then he won a puck battle in a pursuit against Gustav Forsling. McDavid follows it up, and he sips one home. 3-0 Edmonton.
Tell you what, Bouchard made a nice touch on that long outlet for Fogle, allowing him to skate into it. And Edmonton, a 3-0 lead. McDavid from Fogle, and we suspect Bouchard, although, as Bob mentioned, there was a bit of a puck battle there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Off the draw, shoveled in. Derek Ryan, a backhander short side, and Sergei Bobrovsky able to make the save. Derek Ryan has not scored in his last 35 games dating back to February 17th, and there's some early tears here in Sunrise as this crowd of 19,000 have been completely taken out of the game by Edmonton, turning in the type of Game 5 we were first witness to in Dallas in Game 5 of the conference final. I thought it was Edmonton's best game ever in the McDavid era. And the Oilers are turning in another clinic tonight at Emirates Bank Arena in Sunrise, this time with its season on the line. Off the draw, you've got a clear from Mikkola up the left-hand side, and offside whistled against the Edmonton Oilers. Shots are 14-8, and indeed they have awarded the assist to Bouchard, so now he's up to 31 points. Tied with McInnes for the third most all-time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Coffey, the record, with 37. Brian Leetch had 34 the year the Rangers won the Cup in 1994 with a slew of ex-Oilers. Up the right-hand side, Montour. Left wing boards by Brett Kulak. Bob, you're very anxious to tell me how many ex-Oilers were on that team.
7.
Craig McTavish took the final face-off. Kevin Lowe, of course. The great Glenn Anderson. Puck popped out of play over the short glass, and a face-off will take place in the Edmonton zone. 14-18 to go in the second period. The Oilers with a shorthanded goal in the first, a power play goal in the second, and then McDavid at even strength able to catch Bobrovsky. And they've been targeting that blocker side. And Edmonton, as a result, a 3-0 lead. Sam Reinhart on the face-off, won it cleanly. Held in high slot. Shot taken by Verhaeghe. That was swallowed up. Draisaitl looking to clear. Can't get it done. The Panthers see it worked around. Cody Ceci races over. Right-hand side steered out successfully by Dylan Holloway. Now you've got Barkov back on the puck for Florida, but he put it off a body and out of play. And with 13:58 to go in the second period, the Panthers will regroup as we've got a timeout on the ice. Edmonton, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and a 3-0 lead in Game 5, looking to send the Stanley Cup Final back to Alberta's capital city. That's home of the Edmonton Oilers. This is also home of the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers Radio Network.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. The one that hasn't subscribed yet. Yeah, I know, it's really hard. Just look down there, hit that subscribe button. 65% of Game 4 viewers had not hit that subscribe button. Now, that's actually not bad compared to industry standards, but look, we're hit after 25K tonight. Let's get it done, insiders. Let's cheer them on, help them out, hit that subscribe button, and let's get past 25,000 tonight. Cheers, everybody. Have a great night, and back to the hockey. We'll see you in the chat.
Advil liquid gels are here for these firsts. Advil liquid gels provide liquid fast relief for everyday aches and pains, so you can get back to your everyday active life where firsts still happen. When pain says you can't, Advil says you can. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers in command of Game 5 on the road in Sunrise. Edmonton has now scored 13 of the last 14 goals in the last 2 games. And, Bob, if you go back further, they've now scored 15 of the last 16 goals in this Stanley Cup Final. And we saw a similar run against the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Final. Battled for, controlled, or rather 13 of the last 14, right. My apologies. Yep. Getting ahead of myself. Flipped up by Kulak, center ice. After it is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and twisted down low by Leon Draisaitl. Brandon Montour shoved against the boards, battled for, ultimately controlled by Bennett. Holloway tripped up, and then a man fell down, Mikkola, but he was able to muster it over to Matthew Tkachuk. Swung ahead for Brandon Montour, and he'll dump it in down the right-hand side. Bouchard able to shield Sam Bennett from the puck. Hip check by Barkov on Draisaitl, and now Holloway could not get it out. Barkov came away with the puck, shoots and scores. Matthew Tkachuk puts the Panthers on the board with his first goal of the series. Puck shaken free, and this time Florida does capitalize on an Edmonton giveaway.
3 cracks at it for the Oilers. Holloway had it along the boards. Draisaitl was there. Bouchard got caught up the ice. He vacated the zone too quickly, and Tkachuk was back there and ended up coming up with possession and ripped one high to the glove side on Stuart Skinner.
Tkachuk from, I believe, Evan Rodriguez will get an assist there, Bob. But you're right, the Oilers had a chance to get it out.
Make that play, Jock.
Did not get it done. And the Panthers have cut it to 3-1. Florida able to gain control off the draw and dump it down low. First goal in 10 games for Matthew Tkachuk, his 6th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers off the draw. It's hammered in by Cody Ceci. Around the boards, located by Sam Reinhart. Turned it over. McDavid in the slot, down low, and he just missed Warren Fogle. Panthers' Aaron Ekblad turns and flips down the middle. Matthew Tkachuk, his 21st point of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That ties him with Barkov for the team lead. Here's an icing call going to be whistled against Edmonton. And now you've got the crowd back in the game.
You're up 3-0, and Evan Bouchard got rattled hard into the boards. I'm just trying to think of why he thought Holloway was going to win the puck battle, and he ended up drifting up too high. And Tkachuk got that started with a low bridge ass hit on the Oilers' Leon Draisaitl.
Is that a clinical term?
Yes, I believe it is.
I don't think I've ever.
Well, there's new terminology often used on these broadcasts.
McDavid to Connor Brown. They'll shovel a rolling puck inside the Florida blue line. Dmitry Kulikov up the right-hand side. Luostarinen got a piece of that one, sent it down low behind the Edmonton net. So Tkachuk from Rodriguez, and that's a little bit important for Florida. We talked 100%. About all the Edmonton players getting off the schneid in Game 4. Well, now Tkachuk has his first of the series. Time, by the way, 6:53. Tarasenko from the right half boards, a shot that's Sent into the corner by Skinner. Kulikov let one fly from the left point that missed, and now Edmonton will get a clear. Matthias Janmark up the left-hand side. Connor Brown. Poke checked off his stick, and then he's drilled against the boards by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Coming away with the puck and building speed. Down the left-hand side is Tkachuk, darting to the middle. Shot off the rush, and a save made on Ekman-Larsson by Stuart Skinner. Tkachuk couldn't handle the rebound. Nurse will whip it around the left-hand boards, but too much on it. That's an icing call against Edmonton with 11:13 to go in the second period. Crowd back in the game. Edmonton's lead in Game 5 has been trimmed to 3-1.
Important sequence here for the Oilers, and Paul Maurice gets his best guys back on the ice, loads up Rodriguez again with Bennett and Tkachuk.
Big goal for Tkachuk.
Verhaeghe off that line, Jack. Rodriguez has been really good for Florida in this series.
Well, it's his 5th point of the series. Off the draw, he swung it back to Montour. Too hard over to Mikkola. And he just has to shoot it up off the plexi where it's handled by Darnell Nurse. So Edmonton built a 3-0 lead. Now Florida has it back to 3-1. Up the right-hand side, puck jostled and ultimately sent tumbling out of play between the two player benches. 10:57 remaining second period. The shot's now 14-11 in favor of Edmonton. Brown, Hyman, and McDavid for the Oilers. Matthew Tkachuk for Florida. Faceoff will be dropped right at center ice.
Ryan McLeod knew, nobody else did.
Kevin Stenlund. It's McLeod engaging with Kyle Opozo. Stenlund's going to take the draw against Derek Ryan and win another one, but McLeod was able to force it down the middle on net, and Sergei Bobrovsky sends it up for Opozo. He's immediately cut off by Kulak, who gets it right back from Cody Ceci. Here come the Oilers right to left. Kulak spoons it in. Nico Mikkola nearly stepped on the puck, mishandled. Stenlund able to reverse it back behind his own net. Brandon Montour feeds it up the right-hand side for Opozo. Snatched away by McLeod and kept in the offensive zone. Puts the brakes on right half board, send it across. Ceci a drive and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Rebound whipped up the right-hand boards by Montour. He put too much on it, though. This will be an icing call against Florida with 10:17 to go in the second period. And the Oilers holding a 3-1 lead as they look to send this series back to Edmonton. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl entering the game ranked 1 and 2 all time, ahead of Ken Lensman for the most points when facing elimination. McDavid has a goal. Draisaitl yet to see the score sheet, but here's McDavid winning a faceoff. Hyman to Matthias Ekholm, right around Opozo, to the net, short side, wrap around in front, tipped and grabbed, and ultimately left for Foegele, but his shot was blocked by Montour. Hyman will get it back from Foegele. We got a penalty coming against Florida yet again. And the crowd going to be none too happy with this goal. It's a hook. And Edmonton back to the power play. The Oilers scored on the power play earlier in this period, and it's Opozo who goes to the box at 10:02.
Oilers got their top line on the ice on the icing call against the fourth line for Florida. Worked a couple looks around, and now you get a chance with the extra man here, up by 2. This is a huge one.
3-1 our score. Brown, Hyman, and McDavid with the goals. Hyman's came on the power play, and the Oilers will be back on an Atco power play when we return to Sunrise, Florida in just a moment. Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton 3, Florida 1. Halfway home to a Game 6. The Oilers Radio Network.
Discover the epitome of elegance at Alberta Diamond Exchange. Dedicated to crafting unforgettable moments with exquisite jewelry collections for over 2 decades. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands and anniversary treasures, the Alberta Diamond Exchange commitment extends far beyond I do. Your journey with Alberta Diamond Exchange is not just about jewelry. It's about an unparalleled experience. Check out the Aspen Glen Landing Boutique in Southwest Calgary. And for more information, head to abdiamond.ca today.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. I wanted to bring your attention to a little update from the channel. Remember the Leafs playoff run? Well, of course you do. It's Toronto Sports Insider. We donated that money, 100% of all of the revenue from Toronto Sports Insider from the Leafs playoff run to sick kids. And you can still add to that amount. Now, I'm not going to tell you the amount. I'm going to let you click the link yourself. You'll be able to see it. But I left a little bit of wiggle room there to add to the donation. So anybody that wants to get in, you can donate directly to sick kids by clicking that link and doing it. We have done something very, very special here in Toronto Sports Insider during this run, and we have now created a partnership with Sick Kids moving forward. It is going to be amazing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your amazing work and the donations and the memberships and the sharing of the links. My goodness, everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you in the chat.
The Atco power play, Edmonton swarming. Smelling blood in the water with a 3-1 lead in Game 5. Here's Bouchard, high slot. Sent one off the body of Zach Hyman earlier in this period for a power play goal. Now it's McDavid to Draisaitl, sharp angle, and that might have caught the outside of the goalpost. Spun out to the point, Bouchard to Draisaitl. Return pass broken up off a skate. Draisaitl snapped it this time over to the left side, and Bouchard. He'll swing down low, controlling is Zach Hyman in close quarters. McDavid tried to brush it back, taken away by Sam Reinhart at center ice, gathering himself and then turning it over. And the Oilers will pull it back into the offensive zone. Hyman hard to the net, and he shot it off the outside of the net. Tried to beat Bobrovsky short side. Bouchard to McDavid coming off the half wall. Left corner, Nugent Hopkins. They'll pull away from traffic. 50 seconds left on the man advantage. Nugent Hopkins, McDavid, darting behind the net, using a screen from Draisaitl. Bouchard will give it right back to McDavid. Right face-off dot over to Nugent Hopkins. Mishandled. 8.5 to go in the second period. Florida trailing 3-1. Oilers trying to bring it back to Edmonton. A clear by Ekblad. Bouchard has to reel it in back inside his own blue line. Top unit will remain out there for the Oilers on their Atco power play. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Here's McDavid dialing it up for one last rush on the man advantage. Using a screen, he'll cut to his left. Carry it through traffic to the net. One-timer score! It's Corey Perry! His first of the Stanley Cup playoffs! Edmonton 4, Florida 1!
An absolutely virtuoso performance by Connor McDavid on the zone entry. He hops in, beats two men, and then slides it across to Perry on the net drive, and he taps it into the yawning cage. The Edmonton Oilers have scored on their last two power plays. Connor McDavid has 3 points. What a brilliant individual effort by the world's best player.
A simple drop-off from Bouchard, and then McDavid does most of the rest, and Corey Perry becomes the 18th different Oiler to score a Stanley Cup playoff goal. By comparison, the much-lauded depth of the Florida Panthers, 15 of their players have a goal. McDavid and Bouchard with the helpers, and Corey Perry once again finds a way to score in a Stanley Cup final. This is the fifth different team for whom he's representing. A shot off the draw, saves Skinner, the rebound, score. And Rodriguez puts Florida right back in it. The Panthers, back at even strength, take a shot from the high slot. Skinner makes the save, but it's Rodriguez who's had a terrific series, pulling it out of the pile and shoveling it past the prostrate Stuart Skinner. Montour entered the zone, took a shot from up top, and Rodriguez was able to find the rebound and somehow muscle it home.
Well, that's a quick response, and that's a killer if you're an Oilers partisan.
14 seconds. Rodriguez with his fourth goal of the series, his seventh of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Montour, the helper, And we've got ourselves a 4-2 game. Off the draw, sent in deep. Well, this game has had more juice thus far than its previous 4. And we've got a face-off coming outside the Edmonton blue line as Florida was offside. Skinner kicked it loose. And Rodriguez was able to chip it through Broberg and beyond the reach of Darnell Nurse for the goal that keeps Florida's hopes alive.
Play starts in the corner, though. The Edmonton Oilers lost the puck battle. Derek Ryan in the corner's got to support the play better than that.
Off the draw. Ceci up the right-hand side and sent down low. Florida around the boards. Controlled. Dmitry Kulikov behind the net. Panthers under control. Kulikov shot into a crowd. Save. Rebound. Luostarinen. That was blocked. Rebound handled and cleared ultimately by Matthias Janmark down the left-hand side. Ekman Larsson against Connor Brown. In the corner and pulled free and cleared by Luostarinen. Panthers able to pitchfork it towards Stuart Skinner. Dropped off for Matthias Ekholm up the left-hand side. Janmark allowed it to go free for Zach Hyman. Churns his way in from the left-hand side. Lost the handle. Sam Bennett cuts to his left. Off to Gus Forsling. He had it poke checked away by Evan Bouchard. And now McDavid dialing it up. Streaking in left-hand side. Centering pass. Bobrovsky makes the penalty coming. It's going to be a slash. .6:25 to go in the second period.
Well, real opportunity there for the Edmonton Oilers off the rush, and they had to take the call. Rodriguez to the backside. And the fans obviously don't like it.
Face off right side of the Florida net. And we're going to have a penalty against Rodriguez, Bob, that puts Edmonton in position to score its third consecutive power play goal.
Fans don't like the call here. Oilers power play heated up, Jack, in games 5 and 6 against the Dallas Stars. And they're 2 for 3 tonight. This is a big one.
Tries. Draisaitl off the draw, worked around, bounced around, and cleared by the Florida Panthers up the right-hand side. Evan Bouchard with control. Here's Connor McDavid driving down the middle of the ice. The drop off to Leon Draisaitl. Checked by Barkov, back to the point. Bouchard across to Nugent Hopkins. Tried to chip it down low, McDavid. Getting worked over Kulikov. Here's Barkov, the hard rim up the left-hand side. Less than 6 minutes to go in the second period. Edmonton 4, Florida 2.
Nugent Hopkins has to dig in a bit more, Jack. He's fighting it a bit out there.
Down the middle of the ice comes Connor McDavid. In over the line. Through Stenlund, and we've got a whistle, and this is going against Edmonton and will cancel out an Oiler power play for the second time in this game. Bouchard is saying diving, but they're going to get Hyman on a bit of a pick play. 5:34 to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Edmonton.
The amount of chances McDavid's, if you're an Oilers partisan and that happened against an Edmonton player in a PK, you'd want that pick called. So it's going to be Fogle and Henrique here up front for Edmonton against Bennett and Lundell.
How many swings have we had in this game?
Lots. Jack, I think it's important. The Oilers are up by 2. They got to be up by 2 headed to the third here.
Off the draw, the Oilers locate the puck 4-on-4. Nurse got a little cute, turned it over, trying to get it to Broberg, and Sam Bennett takes over for the Panthers. Right around Fogle, puts the brakes on, looks for a teammate. Forsling, back to Sam Bennett, high slot, switching is Fogle. Shot Lundell and a save made. Stuart Skinner had a good look, and Bobby came up way up top on the blue paint to make that save, to cut off the angle and keep it 4-on-4 with 5:14 to go in the second period. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Edmonton 4, Florida 2. The Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Down to the crunch, got the flavors to play. The city of champs, going all the way. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the screen. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
Listen on air, online.
What's up, everybody?
On the radio player.
There it is. What's up, everybody? Just wanted to jump in here and wow, 24,911. Please, if you have not done so already, hit that subscribe button. Let's get over 25,000. We are so close. Hit that subscribe button. Please do that right now. And let's get back to the hockey. Wow, this is unreal. Thank you guys so much. Holy cow.
Edmonton. It's still a 2-goal lead for the Oilers. 4-on-4, the Oilers able to come up with a puck. Wow. Skinner is down and out. Some contact there with Sam Bennett. McDavid breaks loose. He's out there with Draisaitl. McDavid shooting off the rush, had it blocked. And as Bob mentioned, Connor McDavid, a goal and 2 assists tonight as Edmonton has built this 4-2 lead. On the strength of its special teams. 2 power play goals and a shorty. Now a steal by McDavid on Gustav Forsling. Tracking his Draisaitl. Tried to hit the trailer, and Matthias Ekholm had it go off the toe of his stick. He was entangled with Bennett, and now looking to break up ice is Aaron Ekblad. He does not have the wheels to avoid Draisaitl or Ekholm, and has to back off and ultimately flip it over to Forsling. 4:20 to play in the second period, and now it's an abbreviated power play for the second time tonight for the Florida Panthers, who are 1 for 15 in the series and have given up 2 shorthanded goals. It's been a disaster. Reinhart will shoot it in. Skinner, hard rim up the glass. Ekman-Larsson settled it down and then shot it wide on the blocker's side. Rebound, Reinhart. Across to Ekman-Larsson, top of the right circle. On his backhand, tried to curl it in front. Barkov to Reinhart. He fires up high. That was blocked. The rebound, Ekman-Larsson. A save made. Another rebound. Barkov out. Reinhart looking for space. It's not there. Barkov right circle. Cross ice. Here's an opening for Hagee. Shoots and a save. Stuart Skinner, who stayed with him, Bob. He didn't overcommit and tracked the puck right into his midsection. 3:38 to go in the period. The Oilers 4 seconds away from killing a penalty for the 43rd time in their last 44 opportunities. The penalty kill, more than anything else, has dragged Edmonton all the way in to Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. They lead it 4-2.
Huge draw here for Derek Ryan. Short side draw. He's a right shot. If he wins it, they got to hammer it out.
Barkov won it instead against Derek Ryan, and here's Montour. He'll lay it off. Matthew Tkachuk Mikkola slap pass as Edmonton back to full strength. Sam Reinhart coming off the goal line. Hyman's out of the box. Saucered across. Montour is able to locate the puck off the half wall. He'll swing it down low. Matthew Tkachuk. 5-on-5 hockey here with 3 1/4 to go in period 2. This is game 5 of the Cup Final. Florida won the first 3 games, including the first 2 at home. They're 8-3 at home in the playoffs, including 4 consecutive victories. Barkov against Derek Ryan. Cutting behind the net, out to the point, rifled by Montour, block shot, Matthias Janmark, and he's able to work it through the neutral zone, and a clear by Mikkola. Janmark and Brown having terrific Cup Finals. Oilers' Philip Broberg did not get it out. Shot by Reinhart off the blocker of Stuart Skinner. Rebound Aaron Ekblad. Pursued by McDavid, who just took the puck easily from him. I mean, McDavid's in a zone both offensively and defensively. Here's Tkachuk winning a battle with Darnell Nurse. Tried to wrap it around. Skinner was there to smother. Then a centering pass and a save. Skinner. A second save. Forsling. A third shot disappears into traffic. And the ricochet is going to be handled by Florida's Tarasenko. Drive Ekblad wide. Rebounded. Forsling could not get it on his stick. Or maybe, Bob, this game is down to 4-3. The puck ultimately rocketed out of play with 2:11 remaining in what has been a wild second period. The Panthers all of a sudden have piled up 14 shots in the frame. They had been limited when they were down 3-0. They were getting outshot 14-8. But since then, it's been 12-5 for the Panthers, and they've gotten 2 of the 3 goals. The key has been, once again, Edmonton's special teams. They're a +3 tonight.
Oilers got to dig in here in the final 2 minutes. Draisaitl against Bennett in the circle.
4-2 Edmonton. And Draisaitl and Bennett will have to do it again.
No, they're going to wave Leon out.
Now Nugent Hopkins, his turn. And a face-off ultimately controlled by Florida. Sam Bennett stripped from behind by Nugent Hopkins, and he tucks it safely off the boards and out. Oilers have outscored their opponents in the Stanley Cup playoffs 25-4 on special teams. Hard rim, Skinner saw a weird ricochet coming off a stanchion, paddled it back behind the net, played by Luostarine into Kulikov, cut off by Draisaitl, tried to find Holloway on the boards, but he can't clear, and Rodriguez fires into the waiting glove of Stuart Skinner, and Evan Rodriguez continues to have himself a series, Bob. He's got 6 points to lead all Panthers in this Stanley Cup final, and he, more than anyone else, is giving Florida a fighting chance to somehow get back in game 5. The Oilers led 3-0 and 4-1. It's now 4-2 with 99 seconds to go in the period.
Well, both goals for Florida have come in situations where they've knocked the Oilers off the puck in the Edmonton defensive zone. McDavid, meanwhile, brilliant in on 3 of the 4 Oilers goals.
Reinhart beaten cleanly off the draw. Face-off win, Adam Henrique. And that was belted off the boards and out by Matthias Ekholm. Panthers on the counterattack. Wrist shot off the rush. A blocker save made by Skinner as he shrugged Barkov's bid high and wide. Montour, after an Oiler clear, skates over. Mikkola turned it over, chipped in front. Henrique dribbled toward the net, and Sergei Bobrovsky on a bit of a changeup nearly fanned on a shot that was fanned upon originally. Minute 15 to go, and a face-off will be to his right. Yeah, he cued it, and it was actually tipped slightly by Montour.
That was a pass.
Please just say hi to everybody for me, Grandma, in Vancouver. Please just say hi. We're about to pass 25,000 subscribers. I got to put the hockey back on.
Right now?
Right now, fast. Say it fast.
Okay. Hi, Vancouver. Hi.
Hi, Toronto Sports Insider. Everybody watching the game, thank you. Putting the hockey back on. 25,000, 2 more. This is amazing.
Good.
Good night, Grandma. I love you so much.
Have a good night. Love you so much, too. Bye-bye.
kicks it to his forehand and shoots it in deep. Skinner calling signals to Bouchard. Turns, had it tipped. Here's Zach Hyman to Connor McDavid. Lead pass, smacked out of midair brilliantly by Rodriguez. Who else? In over the line, right side. Tried to center. Tipped, and Tkachuk was run through from behind by Warren Foegele. Snatched the puck back, gave it to Ekblad, one-timer, and the stick for Rodriguez exploded. Now Tkachuk with 40 seconds to go in the period can't keep it down low, and it's golfed out by McDavid. That's going to be fielded on one bounce by Forsling. He's fighting the puck a little bit, so he'll go to Carter Verhaeghe. Now you've got Barkov calling for the puck from Ekblad. A wrist shot deflected wide of Stuart Skinner. Rebound Foegele, and he'll fire it up the right-hand boards. This is going to be icing against Foegele. No, they'll wave it off. That's a break for Edmonton. Ekblad sees it punched ahead by Barkov. That looked like icing to me all day. Here's Nurse to Broberg up the right-hand side, taken away from Nugent-Hopkins by Reinhart, but then Nugent-Hopkins was able to successfully pinch on Verhaeghe, crossing them on 2 or 3 seconds, a shot, and that was blockered out of play by Stuart Skinner with exactly 1 second remaining in this second period that has featured 5 of the game's 6 goals. Edmonton led 1-0 after 1, and Bob, the Oilers, it was kind of a poised, professional performance, and it's still been good from an Edmonton perspective, but things have gotten hectic here in the second as the Panthers twice have rallied to make a game of it. Bobrovsky will come to the bench with just 1 second. It's time for a quick face-off win if you're Florida, and a one-timer. You kind of hit and hope here. Barkov against Draisaitl was just looking for a time. Won the face-off shot by Reinhart, and that was blocked in front of Stuart Skinner by Darnell Nurse. And he's had a couple of key shot blocks in this game. And now you've got Tkachuk getting worked over by Janmark a little bit. Ekman Larson getting pulled out of the pile. Reinhart getting face-washed by Adam Henrique. And as this Stanley Cup final gets more competitive and starts looking like we might see a Game 6, you're starting to see the Panthers get a little chippy and try to pull Edmonton into some of the post-whistle shenanigans. 4-2 Edmonton, Bob. All said, and, there were a couple of quick responses from the Panthers, but you said, hey, with 8 minutes to go in the period, get out of this period, you're up 4-2, no problem. It's closeout time for the Oilers, and they've been very good under these circumstances. They're 12-1 in the Stanley Cup playoffs when leading after 2.
Yeah, no question, and they're winning the special teams battle, and that's why they're in this position. They're 2 for 4 in the power play, and
a shorthanded goal.
And they got the shorthanded goal, and 2 of their power plays were not complete power plays in the hockey game. So, bottom line here is it's been a strong performance, 3 special teams goals. Edmonton is now outscoring the Florida Panthers 5-1.
All right, guys, I'm jumping in here. This is absolutely insane. Thank you all so much. 25,000 subscribers. This is insane, guys. I started this up in the beginning of the Leaf season back up. I should take that back. I started a long time ago doing play-by-play. Started this back up in the beginning of the Leaf season with like 4,000-something subscribers. This is insane. Thank you all. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Lucius, for being here. Onks, Levasseur, if I said that right. Johnny Sapp, Big Jam Roll, Pierre Lebel, if I said that right as well. I'm not really good with the pronunciation of names. My name sucks too, so it is what it is. But Thor Power, Love and Joy, JC, Steph. Congratulations to Mike and Allison. Man, Steph, thank you so much. Stephen, you are a boss. Thank you for being here all the time. Thank you for being a die-hard Toronto and sports fan. You are awesome. Rod Bottomley, Chuck Baller, big shout out to Chuck, always there in the chat. My God, it's amazing. And look, I could go on down the list. Money with Kazim, thanks for chilling with us, man. Bruce Raven Vogue, Joe Dews, Lisa Aiello, wow, Lisa, holy cow. Cheers, Lisa, you are awesome. Bread Crust, new goal 100K, you got it. We're going to make a 50K emoji and we'll go for that next. But yeah, 100K has been for a while. Anyways, I want to take this back to the hockey and the intermission. I might jump in the next TV timeout. But thank you all for the congratulations. Babe, I love you so much. TSI Allison, you are awesome. And big shout out to, actually, no, I'm not going back to the intermission. Big shout out to my mom. Mom, I love you so much. thank you so much for being there in the beginning, and I'm tearing up a bit, but that's fine. During a Leafs game and a Raptors game. I love you so much, and I miss you like crazy. But thank you for everything. And anyways, I'm going to get back to the hockey now that I'm over here crying. But $25,000, and donate to sick kids, guys. Let's add to that Leafs revenue donation, because we got $2,400 from the Leafs playoff game, and I'd love to make it $25 tonight. So hit that link. You can donate directly, and it'll take you to the campaign as well. Back to the hockey. Cheers, everybody. Thank you again for $25,000. Thank you so much.
Have seen 210 teams go up 3-0. 206 have won the series. Only 4 have rallied from 3-0 down. First things first, Edmonton's got to take care of Game 5, but that picture all of a sudden starts to become a little clearer if you get the one in Sunrise tonight. Edmonton 4, Florida 2. That's your score through 2. It's Reed and Rob, and that's next. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs and Game 5 of the Cup Final, with the Oilers up by a deuce. The Oilers Radio Network.
When you play the largest 50-50 in sports, everybody wins. Your support makes all of Oil Country a better place. A place of kindness, caring, and compassion. Uplifting those in need, changing lives forever. The largest 50-50 pot in professional sports is currently growing by the second. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com and help change lives today. Maybe even your own.
AGLC license number 645766.
It's our YEG.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. I wanted to bring your attention to a little update from the channel. Remember the Leafs playoff run? Well, of course you do. It's Toronto Sports Insider. We donated that money, 100% of all of the revenue from Toronto Sports Insider from the Leafs playoff run to sick kids. And you can still add to that amount. Now, I'm not going to tell you the amount. I'm going to let you click the link yourself. You'll be able to see it. But I left a little bit of wiggle room there to add to the donation. So anybody that wants to get in, you can donate directly to sick kids by clicking that link and doing it. We have done something very, very special here in Toronto Sports Insider during this run, and we have now created a partnership with sick kids moving forward. It is going to be amazing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your amazing work and the donations and the memberships and the sharing of the links. My goodness, everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you in the chat.
Brilliant setup by Connor McDavid. That takes you to the highlight zone for Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos, 3 great locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the winner zone. McDavid going through 2 defenders, finding Perry for his first of the playoffs. That made it 4-1 for the Oilers. Rodriguez replied just 14 seconds later for the Panthers. So 4-2 Edmonton after 2. Total of 5 goals in that period. 3 by the Oilers, 2 by the Panthers. First time in this series that both teams have scored multiple goals in the same period. McDavid is flying tonight. He has a goal and 2 assists. The Oilers have a couple of power play goals. They have a shorthanded goal as well. And, Rob, this game is far from over. This is an action-packed, intense game.
It certainly is. The Florida Panthers had their push, and Stuart Skinner was fantastic to close that period off. It was funny, they showed Paul Coffey on the bench once, and it looked like he was looking up at the scoreboard saying, okay, come on, just run faster. Do run time during the timeouts here. The Oilers were trying to get to the intermission. The Florida Panthers had their best push of the game. Highly entertaining. A ton of fun if you're an Oiler fan. The skill level has risen in this game as some of the plays that Connor has made. But the one thing that we had not seen in this playoff series, this final series, has been the power play take charge. And we've seen that tonight. And again, specialty teams, the huge difference in this series, and a good reason why the Oilers are only 20 minutes away from forcing this series to a Game 6.
Shots in that period, 17-10 for the Panthers. They now have a 23-20 edge in the game. And, yeah, Rob, they're coming. I mean, that first goal that they got, Edmonton couldn't get it out. A couple guys got caught at the blue line, and Tkachuk puts it top corner. And then, yeah, I mean, you got to hand it to Florida. I mean, that McDavid goal had the Oilers, I'm sure, feeling great. The crowd here in Rogers Place was electric, and off the goalmouth scramble, Rodriguez pokes in his 4th of this series.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That's one, and we talk about it all the time. When a team responds before they've even made the announcement in the arena of the goal that was scored previous. So that gave the Florida Panthers some life. If this game would have went into the intermission 4-1 Edmonton, I think that you probably would have expected it to be over. Late goal by Florida created a push. That period was the first time I've seen Matthew Tkachuk show up in this series, and he was excellent in that period. But I hadn't noticed him in the first 4.5 games. So it isn't over, but you're asking a lot of your team if you need to score 5 goals to win a game. And Bobrovsky has not been good in this hockey game. The goal that Connor McDavid scored, that's not a good goal. It isn't. A nice play by McDavid hitting the spot, but I mean, Reed, you could have shot it there. It was that wide open between the legs. So, and then Bobrovsky fans on one late in the period on Henrique that he tries to push in the corner and misses the puck. Fortunately, his pad got down. Bobrovsky has not been good in this game. Stuart Skinner has been excellent in this game. And the Edmonton Oilers are 20 minutes away of keeping this dream season alive.
Yeah, I mean, look, Florida's coming, and they're an excellent team. How do the Oilers, I don't know if settle it down is the word, or just keep it under control here in the third?
Puck management. There's a few things in that period that you don't like. The goal where Holloway couldn't get it out, Bouchard had skated past him and was at the blue line. You don't need any more goals. Stay in the right place defensively. There was a play where Darnell Nurse, I think it was when it was 4-on-4, Kulak passed it to Nurse, and Nurse kind of blindly threw it between his legs and back behind the net, which created about 20 seconds in the offensive zone for the Florida Panthers. That's puck management you don't need. You've got a 2-goal lead. Make plays. But if you don't have a play, make the safe play. Put it off the glass and out. Dump it down. Flip it up in the air. You just don't force things. You don't need more goals in this hockey game. You're going to get chances. Florida's going to sell out. So there's going to be a couple opportunities, odd man rushes. But don't force things, and do not take yourself out of a good defensive positioning to try and hope that something's going to happen for you. And a couple times in that period, the Oilers did that, which allowed the Florida Panthers a little bit more extended time in the offensive zone.
New 50-50 jackpot going after the previous one got to $16.1 million. This one will be drawn at 11 p.m. on the night of the final game of the Stanley Cup Finals, so hopefully not today. The jackpot sitting at $2.24 million in support of the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, supporting Albertans battling cancer, kids with critical illness, animal shelters, food security, military personnel, and much more. Go to the Oilers website and hit the link to get your ticket. We are through 2 periods in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers lead the Panthers 4-2. This is Fort Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian, Ultra, XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
McDavid trying to come in with speed. Here he comes. McDavid shoots. Top shelf. He scores!
Hey, Rogers customers and hockey fans. Rogers wants you to win big this Stanley Cup playoffs.
Connor McDavid! Fantastic!
You could win a VIP trip to the Stanley Cup Final, plus hundreds of prizes, courtesy of Rogers Beyond the Sea. For your chance to win, visit rogers.com/Stanley Cup. That's rogers.com/Stanley Cup.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College and supported distance learning. NLC knows that students need attention, support, and the synergy between instructors and peers to keep motivated and connected. They are here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Because at Northern Lakes College, they count their success one student at a time. northernlakescollege.ca.
This is Global News at the second intermission. I'm Rod Kurtz. City of Edmonton is considering putting restrictions on the sale of bear spray. Edmonton police say misuse of the spray is on the rise and went to council to ask for help. Council's considering banning the sale of bear spray to anyone under 18 and making businesses keep records of those over 18 who are buying it. The city of Calgary has had it with residents who are violating water use restrictions. A state of emergency has been in place after a feeder main burst on June the 5th. Emergency management says no one at this point can claim ignorance. Violators will now be slapped with a $2,000 fine. Alberta is now coal-free when it comes to power generation. Capital Power says its Genesee plant southwest of Edmonton has completely transitioned to natural gas. The company says by the end of 2024, Genesee will generate 512 megawatts of power capacity while reducing carbon emissions by 3.4 million tons a year. I'm Rod Kurtz, your next scheduled newscast after the game on 6:30 CHED.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent, featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, resort-like amenities, and breathtaking views. Situated in the heart of Ice District, Sky is the address for socializing, dining, entertainment, and fun. A building like no other in a location like no other. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Proudly headquartered in Edmonton, Capital Power is powering change by changing power. Be part of the energy and join Capital Power in cheering on our Edmonton Oilers. From Ice District and across oil country as they chase another championship banner. Visit capitalpower.com to learn about how they're delivering reliable and affordable power for communities today and creating innovative solutions for a clean electricity future.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Richard will launch it ahead for Fogle to skate into. He's got it left corner offensive zone. On his backhand to Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores. And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Fogle. And the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta.
McDavid with a goal and 2 assists in that period. Edmonton up 4-2 after 40 minutes as we check the scoreboard for Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The 0-2 Edmonton Elks will play in Toronto on Saturday. That, of course, is the former team of Elks quarterback McLeod Bethel Thompson, who says, hey, I'm going back. It's a business trip.
I'm looking forward to a win, man. We're frustrated. We are a frustrated group. We feel like we outplayed our first 2 opponents, and we'd have nothing to show for it. So I hope everyone's a little pissed off this week. They're ready to go because it's just about getting a W and putting a win in the column. That's all it's about.
Early in the first period of Game 3 of the American Hockey League Championship Series, Coachella Valley already leading Hershey 1-0. That series is tied 1-1. Baseball tonight, Blue Jays lose 4-3 to the Red Sox. Oilers up 4-2 on the Panthers, going to the third with Jack and Bob. Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
From your home
drive to the ice rink, ATCO Energy is there. As the official energy provider of Rogers Place, we're also proud partners of the Edmonton Oilers. ATCO Energy, powering your place. Customers are free to purchase natural gas services or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822. All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
We welcome you back inside our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. The Edmonton Oilers 4, the Florida Panthers 2. Jackpot sitting at $2.3 million right now as part of your Oilers 50-50. Edmonton a 4-2 lead and 20 minutes away from bringing this series, this Stanley Cup Final, back to Edmonton for a Game 6. We'd have it for you Friday night with the game time scheduled for 6:20 Mountain. Adam Henrique taking the face-off at center between Janmark and Connor Brown off the draw. It's Florida controlling, Lundell back to Mikkola, and Bouchard hoisting back through the middle. Bouncing puck corralled by Montour. Up the right-hand side, Anton Lundell. He'll scoop it beyond the reach of Ekholm. Skinner right side for Bouchard. That's picked off by Eetu Luostarinen. And a clear by Ekholm up the left-hand side is angled successfully out by Janmark. This was the line that started the game and opened the scoring as Connor Brown made sure Edmonton would become the first team in NHL history to score a shorthanded goal to open the scoring in back-to-back Stanley Cup Final games. Edmonton has led all the way. It's a 4-2 game as Fogle finds Nurse through the middle. McDavid, who had a goal and 2 assists in that second period, and is up to 41 points for the postseason. That's 6 shy of Wayne Gretzky's all-time record of 47. McDavid forces another turnover with a check down low in the corner from Hyman in front. And unable to finish was Warren Fogle on a feed that came to his forehand. Cleared ahead for Sam Bennett of the Panthers, right to left, tried to hit the on-rushing Aaron Ekblad, but that was broken up and cleared back by Connor McDavid. Forsling, left side for Tkachuk. Sam Bennett, deep left corner. Tried to give it back, Holloway. Punched away by McDavid, shot back toward the net, and ultimately controlled on the deflection by Cody Ceci. Sent ahead to Holloway, who scampers into the offensive zone and then spun himself down into a heap on the half wall. Shoveled by Ekblad over to Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Barkov. Teams on both sides fighting the puck a little bit, and Barkov draws the Panthers to an offside with a bobble right in front of the Edmonton bench. We played 1:45 here in the third period, and the Oilers lead it 4-2.
Kind of thought in that sequence there, Jack, that play was onside, but it was linesmen were right there. And what a chance. The Oilers almost, Connor McDavid, he's been outstanding this game. He almost freed one up.
Draisaitl on the face-off between Nugent Hopkins and Holloway, and he's able to win the draw. Ceci from Kulak up the right-hand side. Holloway getting it in deep. Alexander Barkov first on the puck for Florida. Dmitry Kulikov in for the right-hand side. And whether it's the ice or just a night where players on both teams at times are fighting, you want to be ahead. And that's where the Oilers are right now, leading 4-2. Here's Alexander Barkov. Drop pass for Hagee. A shot, and that's gloved easily by Stuart Skinner, who makes his 22nd save of the night. The Panthers do have one come-from-behind victory when trailing after 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they're a plus 13 in the third period. But Edmonton seemingly has stabilized in terms of its own third period woes, outscoring Florida in each of the last 2 games in the third period by a combined 4-0.
Oilers need something solid from their fourth line. Derek Ryan out here against Stenlund.
Stenlund and Lomberg come up with a draw. Lomberg tried to wrap around and was stifled by Nurse. Ryan McLeod with a clear up to Corey Perry, who scored his first goal in 19 games back in the second period off a brilliant feed from Connor McDavid. That dated back to mid-April. when he scored against San Jose, and that laugher turned out to be Edmonton's last win of the regular season. Perry a strike to McLeod in from the left-hand side. He's throttled there and cleared by Montour up the right-hand side for Lou Osterinen. Jitterbugging his way in, giving it up, a wrist shot off the rush, and a save on Lundell made by Skinner. And now McDavid in the right-hand corner, but the Panthers are able to pry it loose. Lou Osterinen with Edmonton leading 4-2, tied up with Bouchard, safely cleared by McDavid. A give and go with Hyman. McDavid waiting for the trailer. It's Bouchard, beautiful sauce pass, and then Bouchard caught an edge and went tumbling to the ice. Brown wanted a call, tried to pop back up. He might have hacked Forsling.
He did.
Panthers reset, 3.5 gone by, third period. And it's Edmonton 4, Florida 2. Here's Sam Bennett driving in against Brett Kulak. Fending him off, dish back to Ekman-Larsson. His shot sent wide, rebound Matthew Tkachuk. Tried to nudge it in front for Bennett. Brown screaming for a call, none forthcoming. Henrique did not get it out of the zone. Ekman-Larsson to Matthew Tkachuk in front. One-timer score, Ekman-Larsson. And Florida's cut it to 4-3 with an eternity to play. 15:56 on the game clock. Ekman-Larsson, his second of the postseason from Tkachuk.
It's all been off the cycles in this game for Edmonton. And Kulak and Ceci were out there defensively, but it's Tkachuk and Bennett that are making it happen for Calgary, or for Florida here, Josh.
They used to make it happen for Calgary.
You knew that was eventually going to happen, didn't you? And now Edmonton's got to dig.
4-3. Florida's come out, taking the first 3 shots of the period, and Ekman-Larsson's goes in. His 4th career Stanley Cup playoff goal for a guy who for so many years toiled in Arizona on a team that had no shot to make the postseason. Barkov down low, off the draw. Montour will swing it out to Niko Mikkola. And this is a real gut check for the Edmonton Oilers. As the puck exits the zone, Florida will be whistled for an offside.
Ekman-Larsson. Vancouver Canucks next year, Jack, or in a couple of years from now, will be paying $4.9 million for Oliver Ekman-Larsson not to play on their team.
On the dot, immediately outside the Edmonton blue line, Derek Ryan will take the draw.
I am surprised that you got a couple days off in between goals, and they've gone high glove side on Skinner for 2 of their 3 goals in this game. Puck handling and his glove, those are 2 things Stewart's going to have to work on in the future.
Perry and McLeod, Ryan's wingers. There's some Broberg defensively, and off the draw, here comes Lomberg. Had it stripped by Derek Ryan. Funneled ahead by McLeod. Derek Ryan following up on the forecheck. Panthers able to angle it up the left-hand side. This will be an icing call whistled against Florida. And the Oilers will get an ozone draw, and they'll get their top players back out there. They're going to go McDavid, Hyman, and Fogle with a face-off to Sergei Bobrovsky's right-hand side. With the score, Edmonton 4, Florida 3, and more than 15 minutes remaining in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers led 3-0 and 4-1 in this hockey game. Face-off win for McDavid. Hyman in the high slot, loading up, can't get the shot away. Shrugged free of the traffic from Kulikov, put it back in the opposite corner. Opozo came thundering in on the forecheck. Panthers desperate to avoid that 6-hour flight back to Edmonton. Here's McDavid dragging it toward the middle. Warren Fogle knocked off a stick. You've got Ekman-Larsson wrestling it free for Opozo, and here come the Panthers. They're able to dig their way out of that matchup as Edmonton had its top line out against line 4 for Florida. Stenlund finishes the check, and now McDavid comes away with the puck. He'll bide some time and hand off to Ekholm. 14.5 on the game clock, 4-3 Edmonton. Line change Florida, and the crowd growing restless as Ekholm taking his time up the left-hand side, served it for Janmark. No icing. Bobrovsky, a steal, a dish by Connor Brown, and that was broken up, intended for Janmark. Connor Brown relentless on that puck. He'll get it back. Adam Henrique. Checked by Forsling. Protecting, serving it up. Kulak across. Ceci a shot redirected wide. Glove side on Sergei Bobrovsky. Here's Tkachuk coming flying in with a hip check. Still loose. Battled for. Kulak sees Florida. Chip it safely back to center. It's Forsling. Back to the red line. Panthers struggle to advance the puck. Henrique. Holloway a turnover and then a trip. He hauled down Matthew Tkachuk. Dylan Holloway, after mishandling, or are they going to send Tkachuk off for an embellishment here? That's exactly what they're going to do. Matthew Tkachuk will go for an embellishment. Even up call coming here. Bob, you talked about it. It's the second time we've seen it in this series.
I'm not. Are we sure that there's just
emotion that Tkachuk was going? 13:41 to go. There it is, up on the board, I'm sure.
Yep.
4-3 Edmonton over Florida.
Excellent.
This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. We're live from Sunrise, the Oilers Radio Network.
Look, I know this is radio, so it's hard to show you how much is on sale during the Big One clearance event at End of the Row Flooring Centers, but it's a lot. Like this flooring, or this one, and all these. Yep, all at clearance pricing for a limited time. Now, you don't need to just imagine what it would look like, though. You can use our visualizer at endoftheroll.com to upload a picture of your room to see the flooring in your actual home. Try it. Find something you love, then get a great deal on it at the Big One clearance event on now at End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 955, is one of Alberta's largest and most diverse union locals in the province. Members work in everything from construction and maintenance to pipelines, renewables, healthcare, education.
What's up, guys? All right, we're here. 4-3. The Panthers are getting closer. Oh, boy. All right, I got to pop this champagne for $25,000. The Ferrari. You see the condensation coming off because I took it down. Oh, took it out the freezer for a while ago, and you guys hit 25K so fast that it didn't even get a chance to get that cold. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for 25,000. If you haven't hit that subscribe yet, please do, and share this link out, please. Please share it to your friends. Let's get more people in here. Let's keep celebrating. Let's change the world one insider at a time. Go Leafs, go. Cheers, everybody. Go Oilers, go. Let's bring the cup back to Canada.
Scandinavian.ca to learn more. Scandinavian Building Services. Our reputation is spotless.
You're listening to Oilers Hockey on 630 CHED and on the Radio Player Canada app.
Wait, before we do that, I gotta tell you, you gotta put it in the TSI Tumblr. I gotta figure out how to put the link up there. But TSI Tumblr. Cheers, everybody. 25K. Back to the hockey. See you in the chat.
Nugent Hopkins, and now all of a sudden Brett Kulak breaks loose around Barkov, centers, wrist shot to save Bobrovsky. And that might have saved the game for Florida against Ryan Nugent Hopkins. He stopped him. Mikkola the other way for the Panthers. His shot, and a save made by Stuart Skinner. Ceci trying to grab the puck. Here's Reinhart, tried to flip it in front for Barkov. Battled for, ultimately controlled. Barkov, Reinhart directly behind the Edmonton net, rolls out in front, gives it up for Mikkola. Now you've got Reinhart back on the puck for Florida. Tipped away by Kulak, and now Sasha Barkov, a reload for Florida. It's the 4-on-4 in effect for another minute 12. 12:53 remaining third period. Nugent Hopkins denied by Bobrovsky. Here's Carter Verhaeghe. Snapshot and a save made Stuart Skinner through a partial screen. Forsling sealed the wall, kept it in for Lundell, but Lundell then tried to chip it back to the point, and no one home for Florida. Carter Verhaeghe building speed through the neutral zone and turned over by Lundell. Here's Zach Hyman. Soft chip, McDavid hits the trailer. Matthias Ekholm checked by Lundell. He'll put it back behind the net. Ekblad to Lundell. snapped it deliberately into the corner. Verhaeghe able to negate the icing as he got ahead of Evan Bouchard. But the puck was muscled free, and now Matthias Ekholm will handle it for Edmonton with 12 minutes left in regulation. Florida trying to win the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. The Oilers looking to live and play another day. That would be Friday night's Game 6, and we'd have it live for you at 6:20 Mountain Time. Here come the Panthers, right to left. Bennett steered over, right side. Rodriguez, his shot deflected up and out of play by Bouchard with 11:43 to play in the third period. And our score remaining 4-3, 2 seconds left in the coincidentals. Handed out to Holloway and Matthew Tkachuk, who assisted on the Ekman-Larsson goal that has brought Florida to within 4-3 here in the third period.
What a great chance for Nugent Hopkins, and he tried to go high blocker. And Bobrovsky got enough of it.
Oilers have been outshot 28-21, and they once led that category 14-8. Since then, it's been 20-7 for the Panthers. Off the draw, Panthers and Oilers come back to full strength. 5-on-5. Sasha Barkov to Matthew Tkachuk behind the net. Shrugs off a check from Adam Henrique. Ekman-Larsson drilled it down low, but Henrique anticipated the ploy, and now Holloway sent a man tumbling. It was Ekman-Larsson who got low-bridged a little bit. I didn't see any penalties called.
No, there's no penalty. It's just a collision.
Yeah, it's a collision, and they just whistled it dead. Perhaps wanting to make sure Ekman-Larsson is okay. Puck didn't go out of play, but that was an awkward collision. And a face-off will be held in the Edmonton zone with 11:22 remaining. Well, we expected the most competitive game of the series tonight, and we've gotten it. First, it was Edmonton taking control. Then the Panthers, perhaps mindful of that long flight and long 72 hours of waiting for them, they got desperate. And they've gotten back into the game. Off the draw, Nugent Hopkins chipping it down the middle. Panthers able to send it back through center ice. Luo Sturinen. He'll shoot it towards Skinner. Carefully guides one over to Kulak. To Leon Draisaitl. Up the left-hand side, Nugent Hopkins bottled up by Kulikov. And the Panthers pour back in on the forecheck. Kulak to Ceci. Got it back to him a second time. Lundell comes in for the finishing hit. Luo Sturinen trying to hunt him down, but eventually cleared by Kulak back through the middle. Panthers will toss it right back in. Tkachuk
Flynn's got to get off
after it
the
against
ice, Jack.
Skinner. Left-hand side, pitchfork by Kulak out of the zone. Settled by Ekblad, right circle, shot, and he put it over the crossbar. Rebound, Forsling. Left side, Evan Rodriguez. His shot blocked. Forsling, wild swing at it, knocked away. Rodriguez up the right-hand side. Derek Ryan able to settle. Dish it back. The Oilers might have gotten away with too many men. Nugent Hopkins will send it in deep. I think Edmonton got away with too many men there. Forsling weaving his way back into his own zone. Snapped ahead for Reinhart. Redirected right-hand side, and we'll get a hand pass call. 9:57 to play in the third period. The Oilers lead by the slimmest of margins, trying to extend this Stanley Cup final to a Game 6 Friday night in Alberta's capital. It's Edmonton 4, Florida 3, live from Sunrise. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup final. The Oilers Radio Network.
There's only one line of trucks that's outsold all others for 58 years. Only one with the available Power Boost hybrid engine on select models that delivers performance and efficiency. It's the truck that all others are measured by. You know the one. Tough this smart can only be called F-150. Right now, lease the 2024 F-150 STX with black appearance package at 2.49% APR for up to 24 months with $4,800 down. That's just $228 bi-weekly. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! The one that hasn't subscribed yet! Yeah, I know, it's really hard. Just look down there, hit that subscribe button. 65% of Game 4 viewers had not hit that subscribe button. Now, that's actually not bad compared to industry standards, but look, We're hit after 25K tonight. Let's get it done, insiders. Let's cheer them on, help them out, hit that subscribe button, and let's get past 25,000 tonight. Cheers, everybody. Have a great night, and back to the hockey. We'll see you in the chat.
Northern Lakes College provides a supported distance learning environment, offering a guided learning setting that supports you to succeed and provides the flexibility to suit your lifestyle. Explore programs in academic upgrading, business, health, human services, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve. northernlakescollege.ca.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face off with the dot immediately outside the Edmonton blue line. Connor McDavid between Foegele and Hyman. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. Midway through the third period, the Oilers have a modest 2 shots on goal in the third, but they led by 2 entering the final frame. Florida's gotten 1 back. Off the draw, ripped in by Forsling. Verhaeghe pours in with Barkov and Reinhart, but the Oilers were able to exit the zone easily. Hyman cut off left wing. The puck bounces through the middle. Miscommunication between McDavid and Bouchard. Drifting back is Ekholm. Barkov floats one ahead for Carter Verhaeghe. He tries to steamroll his way through Evan Bouchard. Oilers have frustrated Verhaeghe the last few games. And now a loose puck grab by Barkov. He'll sling it down low. Verhaeghe. Second time, gets it to Sam Reinhart. Centering pass off Fogel's skate and lifted back the other way by Ekholm. Out to handle it is Sergei Bobrovsky. Right-hand side, Alexander Barkov. 9:10 to play in the third period. The Oilers have been outshot 27-23, but have led the entire night, starting 5.5 minutes in when Connor Brown scored shorthanded. Second game in a row, the Oilers have opened the scoring shorthanded. Matthew Tkachuk in on the forecheck with Rodriguez. Sam Bennett jousting for position in front. Instead, it's out to Ekman Larsson. His shot redirected. Tkachuk a backhander, and that was tipped wide by Sam Bennett. Florida coming within an eyelash of tying this game. Ekman Larsson thunders in on the forecheck against Matthias Janmark. Broberg sends it up the left-hand boards. Montour is back to deflect it away from Connor Brown, who stays with it and puts it behind the Florida net. Rodriguez reels it in, weaving his way through the neutral zone. He's got a goal and an assist tonight, but now a turnover, and the Oilers counter-strike. Draisaitl with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. The 2-on-2 goes nowhere. And the Panthers came up with the puck and lost it. Nugent-Hopkins continues to disrupt along with Corey Perry, who scored his first goal of the playoffs tonight. And right now, it could be the potential game winner. Shot in by Ceci after a brief Florida clear. Nico Mikkola up the right-hand side. Kulikov back to center. Crowd urging the Panthers on. Corey Perry one-hands it right back into the offensive zone. Took it away from Mikkola. He'll protect down low against the Florida end boards. Kyle Opozo trying to do something, but he couldn't work his way through. And now another penalty will be called against Florida's. Foegele was tripped up. Time 12:28, and the Oilers on the power play for the 5th time tonight. Florida's had 3. 2 of them abbreviated, and Foegele kept his feet moving, drove his way to the front of the net, and was hauled down. And now the Oilers in need of some much-needed insurance. Power play goal would be their 3rd of the night to go along with a shorthanded goal and put the Panthers in dire straits. Draisaitl will take the face-off on the Atco power play. McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. Nugent-Hopkins on the left half boards. Bouchard at the point. Off the draw, cleared up the left-hand side. Luostarinen, center ice with Bouchard back defensively. Flicks it off his stick initially. Luostarinen stayed with it, and now Draisaitl came away with a puck for Edmonton. Check by Stenlund. Here's McDavid. Popped off his stick, and Stenlund will immediately fire it down the right-hand boards, and Florida will change. Panthers PK has been solid entering tonight. They'd given up just 3 goals in their last 17 games, but they've given up 2 power play goals and a shorty. Panthers take it from McDavid, clear it past Draisaitl up the left-hand boards, and Bouchard must regroup.
Leon looks exhausted, Jack.
6:40 to play in the third period. Minute 5 left in the trip to Kulikov. Here's McDavid. Little give and go with Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard snapped it across. Draisaitl right circle. He'll serve it back to Bouchard. Over to Nugent-Hopkins. Hyman point-blank range. Bouchard loading up. Nugent-Hopkins between circles. Hyman back to Nugent-Hopkins. Fires! And that was off the glove of Sergei Bobrovsky. And the Panthers will come away with it. It's Barkov trudging his way through the neutral zone. Winding it along the boards. That's going to be gathered by Ekblad. 30 seconds left on the Edmonton power play. Top unit stays out there. McDavid gives way to Nugent-Hopkins. And now line change coming for Edmonton's top unit on the power play. Nurse will come on with McLeod and Corey Perry to mop up with Warren Fogle, the man who drew the penalty. Bouchard moves it. McLeod shoots it in as Bouchard is replaced by Broberg. The Panthers deep in their own end. They'll look to break it out. And indeed, the Oiler power play is over. Kulikov is out of the box. And the Panthers now skating 5-on-5 once again. Niko Mikkola with 5:20 left in regulation. What that penalty did, though, is take 2 minutes off the clock, 5-on-5, for Florida in an attempt to try to tie this game. Bennett tried to center, and that was stopped by McLeod, and then miscommunicated with Ekman-Larsson, rifled back in by Montour. But Florida had to tag back up. Broberg to Nurse, quickly swept up the left-hand side. Adam Henrique back on the puck. Matthew Tkachuk, 2 assists tonight. Henrique ducked his way out of a check. Then a big hit on the far side on Matthias Janmark, but he was able to protect the puck, kick it back to Kulak, cross ice to Ceci, who shoots it in. Florida in its own end. Reinhart with Hyman draped all over, able to protect. Kulikov back on the puck for the Panthers with 4.5 to go. Reinhart will shoot it in. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Oilers trying to whittle the series deficit down to 3 games to 2. Here's Verhaeghe shoveling down low. Panthers pull it free for a moment. Reinhart had it taken away by Kulak and now chipped up the right-hand side by Hyman. Not enough steam to skate into it against Ekblad. Reinhart ahead for Verhaeghe. Bounced away from him. Followed up by Barkov. The captain hands. A wrist shot save made on Ekblad by Skinner. Rebound Verhaeghe, and he popped it wide. Now Sam Reinhart. He'll fire sharp angle on a save made Stuart Skinner. Florida trying to pepper that Edmonton net. McDavid trying to carve it loose. Verhaeghe, tough pass into the skates of Reinhart, and the Oilers are out. Zach Hyman driving down the right-hand side. Puck on his stick, pursued by Ekblad. McDavid hovering close by, worked back behind the net. Ryan McLeod takes over for Edmonton. Bouchard, right point, just launches it down low. 3.5 minutes away from Game 6 of a Stanley Cup Final back in Edmonton. Can you imagine the noise in that building on a Friday night? 6:20 face-off. We'd have it for you on the Oilers Radio Network. Florida dumps it in. Broberg unable to clear. Ekholm up the left-hand side, and Draisaitl with a beautiful play off the half board, spinning it back inside the Florida line. McLeod token pressure up ice. Vladimir Tarasenko less than 3 minutes away from a Game 6. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Montour to Tkachuk. He'll bounce it in. Draisaitl first on the puck for the Oilers. We'll start keeping an eye on the goaltender. A shot Ekman-Larsson from the left half boards. Easy save. Skinner. Rebound Tkachuk. Little spin move on Nurse. Shoveled it over to Bennett. He waits. He dishes. Ekman-Larsson. Shot. Save made by Skinner. Rebound Sasha Barkov. The captain. Bobrovsky to the bench. Barkov 6-on-5. Shoots and a save. Stuart Skinner. And he'll freeze it with 2:31 to go in the third period. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. And now we've got a timeout on the ice. This is not a Florida charge timeout. So Paul Maurice is going to get 2 timeouts, essentially, in the final 2.5 minutes, which means plenty of rest for his top players as the Panthers try to come all the way back from a deficit of 4-1 and force overtime in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, with Edmonton leading 4-3. Down the stretch in Sunrise, 2.5 to play when we come back. The Oilers Radio Network.
Portage College graduates are incredibly employable. How does Portage know? 99% of employers surveyed said they would hire a Portage grad. Get career ready at Portage College. Learn more by visiting portagecollege.ca.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to...
There it is. There's the mic. Cheers, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you. Cheers again to 25,000. My goodness. I just wanted to give some shout-outs here as we are about to make history here on this channel. Please tell your friends. We are about to hit... we are about to get to... I believe filling Germain Arena, which is 7,181 in the chat. That is a goal of mine since I worked there when I was a kid. Oh yeah, in college. Anyways, gonna get back to the hockey here. Big shout out, Rave Killer, T-Man, Marnie, David Fleury, Judy Che, Kea, whatever, Don Fody, that one guy, Danny Dansoy, love it, overseas. Guys, if you're watching from overseas, please rep it in the chat and say where you're watching from. And you know what, Canada, United States, get in on it as well. Let us know in the chat. And back to the hockey so that Otito can, yes, I'll shut up and put the game on. Cheers, Otito. Hit that sub button. Let's go.
Enrique, Ekholm, Bouchard, McDavid, and Hyman out there to kill off the remaining 2.5 minutes. Florida trailing 4-3. Snapshot from up top. Blocked by McDavid. Here's Barkov down low for Matthew Tkachuk. Barkov right corner. High slot Ekman Larson. Now it's Barkov right circle. Loading up. Dishing side of the net Matthew Tkachuk. Can Stuart Skinner hang on and send Edmonton into a Game 6 on Friday night? It's Tkachuk to Barkov against McDavid. He'll roll front of the net, off the pads of Skinner, and pitchforked out by Zach Hyman. Down the middle of the ice, big bounce, but not far enough for icing. Ekman Larson wanted the call, didn't get it done. Minute 45 to play in regulation. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Here it is, Sam Reinhart, a shot, and a save made by Skinner from top of the circles. Skinner had a clean look and another offensive zone draw for Florida, who, remember, has a timeout remaining.
Well, so does Chris Knobloch, and I wonder whether or not you consider taking one here if you're Edmonton. Nope.
Why would you?
You want to get McDavid on the ice? I mean, Janmark's been terrific. There's your answer.
Is it Edmonton's timeout or Florida's?
I think it's Florida's.
Yeah, it's Florida's timeout. So Florida will take the timeout here with 1:38 to go in the third period. 4-3 Oilers. Edmonton has led virtually the entire game. Connor Brown opened the scoring with a shorthanded goal. And when Hyman had one rattle off him on a absolute bomb from Bouchard, it was 2-0 power play goal early in the second. McDavid followed that 3 minutes later, going shorts on Bobrovsky. Edmonton in total command at 3-0. But a turnover by the Oilers in their own zone led to Matthew Tkachuk's first goal of the final, 3-1. Then Corey Perry, off a brilliant individual effort from Connor McDavid, tapped home his first of the playoffs, and the Oilers seemingly back in control at 4-1. 14 seconds later, Rodriguez himself scored on a rebound. And when Ekman Larson, 4 minutes into the third period, scored, it's now the current 4-3. Draisaitl on the faceoff. Nugent-Hopkins and Janmark stationed in the slot. Draisaitl against Reinhart, who won the faceoff for Florida. 6-on-5, shot from the point. A save made by Skinner. The rebound, Nugent-Hopkins able to get it clear.
Edmonton lucky that
Tkachuk took the initial shot. And now fires it back in. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Barkov. A clear, Draisaitl, and lifted out safely by Nugent-Hopkins. Race for the puck. Janmark won it. Bumped it off the goal post. And the Oilers come within an eyelash of putting Game 5 away. Here's Reinhart shooting it in the other way with 1 minute to play in Game 5 of the final. Ekman-Larsson watches as Ekholm blasts it through Reinhart, and that puck apparently popped out of play. The face-off will be held in the Oilers zone with exactly 60 seconds remaining in the third period, and Edmonton 1 minute away from getting its second win of this Stanley Cup Final and becoming only the second team in the last 8 decades to force a Game 6 of a Stanley Cup Final when trailing 3-0. Barkov against Adam Henrique to Stuart Skinner's right-hand side. Ekholm, Bouchard, Hyman, and McDavid out. That's the 6-on-5. Florida has Barkov out there with Bennett,
now
Tkachuk, Ekman-Larsson, Verhaeghe, and Reinhart. And now McDavid will take the draw instead of Henrique, who's chased out. McDavid against Barkov. Face-off won by Barkov. Reinhart shovels it down low. Sam Bennett, 50 seconds to go. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Bouchard cuts it off. Henrique slashes at it once, twice. Still not out of the zone, and now flipped into the Oiler bench area where Calvin Pickard, who has not seen action since Game 5 of the Vancouver series, makes a nice catch and hands to head equipment manager Jeff Lang with 44 seconds to go in the third period, and Edmonton clinging to a 4-3 lead.
Now Leon comes out to take the draw instead of Henrique.
McDavid and Hyman stacked in the slot. Bouchard and Ekholm. Face-off cleanly won by Draisaitl against Reinhart, and it's cleared through the middle. 2 bounces for Reinhart, played ahead for Sam Bennett, and he'll shoot it in. Skinner to knock it down with 30 seconds to go. Turned it over, snapped toward the net. That was deflected. Up on the plexi. Panthers lose the battle, and Hyman was able to lift it behind Matthew Tkachuk. It's heading for the empty net, and Tkachuk brushed it off the goal line. Rebound, McDavid fires and scores, and there will be a Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. McDavid said it, and now he's delivered. Edmonton dragging Florida all the way back to Alberta.
Well, what a play. First by Janmark, he hits the post, and then Hyman finds a way to get it to the net. And brilliant defensive play by the Matthew Tkachuk. Sells out, pulls it out of the net, but Connor McDavid, with the presence of mind, he picks up the loose change and deposits the puck home. That's a 2-goal, 4-point performance from Connor McDavid. And with the Oilers' season on the line and back-to-back nights, the world's best player has 8 points for the Edmonton Oilers.
And he's got 42 in the playoffs, 5 shy of the league record. That was some play by Matthew Tkachuk going belly down to wave it off the goal line. I think the official time on that empty netter by McDavid will be 1941. And it's been since 1942. The one and only time a team rallied from 3-0 down in the Stanley Cup Final. Now, there's a rat on the ice, a second rat. They're going to scoop him up. The Oilers win the center ice draw. Janmark able to protect, send one slithering back down low in the Florida zone, and get ready for a 6-hour flight. The Florida Panthers are heading back west, and they'll have a third crack at winning the franchise's Stanley Cup, the first time ever, but Edmonton has denied Florida again. The Panthers won't clinch on home ice, and now the mood and the entire atmosphere of this Stanley Cup Final has decidedly swung in Edmonton's favor. The Oilers mob Stuart Skinner, and they gleefully head to their dressing room knowing their season has been extended by another 72 hours, a time frame which figures to weigh far more heavily on Florida than Edmonton. The final score tonight, 5-3. McDavid, 2 goals and 2 assists, including an empty netter to seal the deal.
What a performance. I mean, and you nailed it, Jack. He has dragged the Panthers back to Alberta. unbelievable performance tonight. You need your best players to be your best players, and we saw it. No question about it.
And for the second straight game, Bob, we talked about this heading into Game 4. At some point in this series, Stuart Skinner was going to have to outplay Sergei Bobrovsky, and he's now done it 2 games in a row. Skinner finishes with 30 saves on 33 shots, and it's a very glum-looking 19,000-plus that are heading out of Florida's Amerant Bank Arena, knowing their club has missed a huge opportunity to win the Stanley Cup for the first time ever on home ice. Instead, the Oilers will get a Game 6 on home ice, and that crowd will be at an unreal level for a Friday night 6:20 puck drop. Final score 5-3. The Panthers outshoot the Oilers 27-14 over the final 40 minutes, but Edmonton turns a 1-0 lead after 20 into a 5-3 victory, and this Stanley Cup final continues to grow more interesting by the hour.
No question about it. Wow, what a performance. And the Edmonton Oilers, Jack, I tell you, this team this season, you can never write them off. That's all there is to it. And
well, they're 4-0 in elimination games now.
Well, they were written off by many in November. Not once, but twice in November, right? I mean, when Chris Knobloch came in, people were like, what? You hired a coach from another NHL organization to coach your...
Think about when we were here in the regular season. I mean, I think they lost to go 5-11-1.
5-11-1 at that point.
Then they lost to Carolina, and at U.S. Thanksgiving, they're more than 10 points out of a playoff spot and less left for dead. And now the Oilers are 2 wins away from the club's first Stanley Cup since 1990. And that's where we sit. I mean, now you start saying, well, you're 2 wins away from winning the Stanley Cup. It'll start with a Game 6 performance on home ice Friday night and a crowd that, I mean, I can't even imagine the volume inside Rogers Place. It's going to be spectacular. And Edmonton, speaking of spectacular, gets a tremendous effort from Connor McDavid. But, Bob, for the second straight game, the Oilers' depth carries the day.
No question.
Matthias Janmark and Connor Brown with a shorthanded, unassisted goal to open the scoring. It's the first time in the history of the league that Stanley Cup final games have begun with shorthanded goals back-to-back. One night it's Janmark, tonight it's Connor Brown, and I know Connor McDavid will be the first guy to point that out.
100%.
And then McDavid takes over. The sublime setup for Corey Perry.
Yeah.
One of the most brilliant individual maneuvers we've seen from him in this version of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think back, you think of the great assists that he's had, like the one he made in Chicago at one time where he reverse pivoted on his back.
How about to McLeod in Ottawa?
Yeah.
And I don't know, he ran some guy off the puck. That was a shorthanded goal.
Yeah,
shorthanded goal. Ran Thomas Chabot off the puck.
Yeah.
And fed Ryan McLeod.
Wow. I mean, Jack, we are so damn lucky to watch what we watch on a nightly basis. There's no way to sugarcoat it.
Hey, how lucky are we? This is going to be game number 106 coming up.
We're not including preseason
for the Edmonton Oilers, and we're not including preseason
for me, man.
So what do you make? I mean, Florida, I think probably on balance, you know, I think Florida's game tonight, Bob, will be reminiscent of Edmonton's game in Game 3 in the sense that the Panthers played well enough to win, but they made the kind of mistakes that cost Edmonton dearly in Game 3.
Yeah.
And it was the Panthers who kind of undid some of the great things they did 5-on-5 with, you know, some mistakes early in the game.
Goaltending and special teams, if you have those two in hockey, you win. And tonight the Oilers had the better goalie.
3-0.
And they won the special teams battle 3-0.
Yeah.
And the Oilers' penalty kill has outscored the Panthers' power play 2-1 in this series. And it starts there. It starts there in both games because it gave Edmonton the upper hand. And so now we go back to what is going to be a raucous Rogers Place. You know what? For people that own businesses in Alberta, our team is called the Edmonton Oilers. Oil and gas industry is a business that obviously supports it. But, Jack, I might go as bold to be saying I could foresee a lot of companies maybe giving their staffs the day off on Friday. Let's have some fun. Let's get after it. We know it's going to be off the charts.
Are you lobbying?
Well, I'm not taking the day off, but we don't have a real job. So it's easy for us to say.
That's true.
Jack,
some would say every day is a day off for us.
Yes, it's going to, you know what? It's going to be awesome. What a performance tonight. And let's go. Let's go play Game 6.
And we play that on Friday night. It'll be a 6:20 Mountain Time start. And you know what? At this point, is the Stanley Cup Final, I mean, would you call it dead even? Theoretically, the Panthers still have the higher percentage to win, but the momentum swings in this series have been severe. And I'm telling you what, the 6-hour flight is going to feel a lot different for the Edmonton Oilers than it is for the Florida Panthers. I think there's a mental component in this series that starts to switch dramatically in Edmonton's favor.
Well, and, it's got to be stated, I mean, we have the utmost respect for Florida. They're one of the best road teams there is in the NHL, but the Oilers just vanquished a road team that had Edmonton on the ropes, up 2-1 in the series and 2-0 in Game 4, and Edmonton came back. And there's adjustments that have been made, and what's Stuart Skinner's record? Games 4 through 7 now after tonight, 9-0 for the Edmonton Oilers in the playoffs. So he's gotten better, the team's gotten better, and the Oilers have a chance here. Man, they have a chance to do something special, one game at a time. Go win on Friday night, Jack.
Connor McDavid, 2 goals tonight.
What's up, everybody? TSI Mike here. It is the post game. Thank you all for being here. 25K. This is unreal. I've been waiting for these guys to go to commercial break for a while here, and let me tell you, this is unreal. I gotta cut this cam here a bit. Oh my goodness, you guys get to see into my behind the green screen, right? But wow, this is absolutely amazing, guys. Thank you so much. Cheers, and big shout out to everyone here in the chat. This has been an amazing night. I just wanted to say we just passed 100,000 views. Absolutely insane. 25,000 subscribers is insane. Babe, I love you so much. TSI Allison, I see you. All my babies, I love you so much. I miss you guys. It's so quiet here. But look at your dad. I'm working. I love you guys, and wow, thank you all in the chat. D Philly, all Big Jam Roll, what's up, man? Keep it classy, bro. You're awesome. Just keep it classy. Robert, Charles, that one guy again, Stefan, my man. Marcel, Matt in the chat as well. Ken, first subscriber in Japan, maybe. You might be, Ken. You might be. I don't know, but maybe not. Cameron as well. Ringo Stark, T-Man X, guys. Andrea Waypole, thank you. And all right, back to the post game here. Oh no, they're actually going to break right now. So, no, we're Lisa Yellow, I see you in the chat. We're going to keep the shout-outs going. Another big goal tonight, guys. We had more people in the chat tonight than we could fit in the minor league hockey arena for the team that has now won a three-peat in the ECHL, the Florida Everblades. Those were some days there. Mama, thank you for sending me to that arena all the time when I was younger. And then working there. And with that being said, I'm going to move on to my dad real quick. Dad, I love you so much, man. Wow, I see you. I know what it is. 6:18, 10 o'clock. This is unreal. And I see you, Dad. Thank you for everything that you did for me and turning me into the man that I am today. It would not be without you making me go dig ditches when I was like 9 years old, when we first moved down to Florida, putting that sprinkler system in. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing here today, and that is about bringing sports to the world. Toronto Sports Insider, the amount of contact we've had with people saying, please put these games up because I can't get the games unless it's from you. This is what this is about, this community. We're doing big things. We're donating a lot of money to sick kids, and we're keeping this going for a long time. This partnership is going to be huge. I'm a little disappointed, though, when I checked that link. I did not see one donation. But, I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, it was quick pop-up tonight with the Stanley Cup Finals, different than the Leaf group. But, come on, it's sick kids, guys. Check it out. And, yeah, with that, I'm got to take it down to the bottom there because it went through all of these things here. But, Dion, what's up, Dion? I just saw your comment come through as well. Oilers all the way. Cheers, man. D, Canucks were fluky to get past Nashville. I don't think so. The Canucks are a decent team. Ringo Stark, Mike rocks. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Or, ma'am, I don't know. And I always hate that when I, if I assume on that, whatever, it is what it is, right? There's Andrea came over with the super sticker, $2.99. Thank you so much. First super on a live stream. Wow, Andrea. Thank you. That's amazing. Canuck fan. Wow. Cheers. Dion. Love it. Sam Winchester as well. Cold and windy outside, warm and fuzzy inside. Okay. What? All right. Cool. Pure. Hey, Ringo, it is, man. This is Lisa 30K. We're getting it. This is what it is. I'm just a guy. I'm a diehard Toronto sports fan. I grew up in Toronto. My mama made me a Toronto fan, and now I'm down in. Now I went down to Florida. Now I'm up here and moving around, making it happen. And I love it. It's so much fun to hang out with you guys and bring this to the world. So let's have fun. Let's make a difference. Let's change the world. That's what I'm talking about. We're doing this with Sick Kids. I'm not alive today if it's not for Sick Kids Hospital. So cheers, Jordan. Your email today when you CC'd your buddy there. Appreciate that. Let's see if you can jump in on Game 6. Because the Oilers did it, man. They did it. No, you couldn't make it tonight. And we did it too. Over 25,000. We're almost at 25,300. That's insane. All right, back to the hockey, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, everybody. Cheers. I'll let the post game run as long as I can.
Being the game-winning goal by Corey Perry, that goal was just, the Florida Panthers had everyone back. They had everyone in the right position. And because he dipsy-doodled through all of those players, that everyone's eyes were magnified. They're just staring at him. They're watching the puck, and then Corey Perry comes in and puts it in the back of the net. But yes, Connor McDavid he had a great regular season, but I think he saved his best for last because the playoffs he's gotten better and better, and he's been at his best in the most important times for the Edmonton Oilers.
Rob, I'm going to go old school on you here. In the 2016 World Cup of Hockey, the Team North America was playing Sweden, and they had a perfectly defensively positioned sequence to fend off Connor McDavid, and he beat all 5 guys, and then Austin Matthews scored on the rebound off the rush. And one of the Swedish players said to me that McDavid, he goes, that McDavid, you can figure out what the other word is. He goes, we perfectly had it defended, and he beat all 5 guys on the ice. And on the Corey Perry goal, they had it perfectly. They had backside support. They had inside shade from the one defenseman, angling him to the other defenseman. And he still beat them and got it across. And then Perry drove the net. That's what he can do. And we get to watch this on a nightly basis. First player in NHL playoff history in the Stanley Cup Final to have back-to-back 4-point performances. It's ridiculous.
Well, it is. And we've seen it time and time again. The goal against the Dallas Stars, Miro Heiskanen played him perfect. And all of a sudden, Connor, dipsy doodle, pulls it real tight into his body and backhands it. There's so many times that in the last number of years where Connor's been here, where the players have gone back to the bench and the coaches leaned down and said, yeah, don't worry about it. You did everything right. That was just a great player doing what he does best. So, tonight, Connor just took it to another level. And if you give him a little time, if you give him a little space, and if he's allowed to pick up speed, there's just fear. There's fear for the opposition because they know that when he's coming with that kind of speed, there's nothing they can do. So Connor was great tonight. The Oilers got it done. I had the Oilers in 7. I said the Panthers did their job by winning those first 3. Well, the Oilers are halfway there. And again, the belief. The Oilers going into tonight's game were 3 victories away from winning a Stanley Cup. They're now 2 victories away from standing up.
All right, how much fun is it going to be in Edmonton on Friday night, Rob?
It's going to be nuts. It was like a circus and a carnival and a Mardi Gras and a Christmas party, like all mished up together. The last time that these 2 teams played in Edmonton, it was absolutely bedlam downtown, and now it's going to be ramped up even more. That was for a game that everyone was like, you know what? Hopefully we win tonight. The series is probably not going to be going much further, but let's have fun this one last time. Now it's going to be a city that believes that they're going to win the Stanley Cup. So it is awesome. It's going to be an awesome. Well, it's going to be a party from now until Friday
and you know
night,
what?
The end of the game.
Florida did some good things in the second and third period. They got out in their forecheck. They created some turnovers. The Oilers puked up some pucks, gave up 2 goals that they'd love to have back. But the bottom line is, Rob, they found a way to win. Looking forward to seeing you on Friday, buddy.
Sounds good, Bob.
All right, the smart play of the night is brought to you by Catelli Smart Pasta with all natural ingredients. It's the smart move for your next meal. Look for the box the next time you shop. It's McDavid. It's the one-on-one. It's the Corey Perry goal. I mean, he beats 3 guys. He's the best player in the world. We're damn lucky to watch him. This is the Rogers postgame show. The Edmonton Oilers have extended the series. It's a Game 6 after falling behind 3-0. Edmonton has beaten the Panthers 8-1 and 5-3. In the last 7 periods in this series, the Edmonton Oilers have outscored the Florida Panthers 15-4. This is the Rogers postgame show, the Oilers Radio Network.
Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know what I'm a fan of? Alberta. The wide open spaces, the highways and byways, and a rugged, beautiful terrain that I'm proud to call home. Maybe that's why I'm also a fan of my Ford F-150. It's tough, capable, and smart, which makes it a natural fit for roads like these. So if it's a new truck you're looking for, look no further than the truck Albertans love to drive, F-150. Head into your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Parents, do you work in downtown Edmonton? Childcare is hard to find, but at Kepler Academy, inside Sun Life Place, we still have some space for children 12 months to 6 years old. Located at 101 23 Hull Street, Kepler Academy Sun Life Place is an award-winning early learning and childcare provider, voted Edmonton's top choice for 4 years in a row. Visit kepleracademy.ca. Mention this ad and your registration fees will be waived. Be a savvy Edmonton hotel shopper. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in cash rewards. There are over 50 member hotels to choose from, offering their best value rates. edmontonsbesthotels.com. Rewards with every booking.
This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Let's go to our out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73. They are in the second period of the Calder Cup Final in Coachella Valley. The Western Conference champion based in Palm Desert. They lead Hershey by a score of 3-2. That is the only other hockey game that is out there tonight. Tonight, the Edmonton Oilers, a 5-3 victory. Connor McDavid, the first player in NHL history, 4 points in back-to-back games. They beat the Panthers here in Sunrise 5-3. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton Airport. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, you can always enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options or try your luck at off-track betting. And now you can feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Century Casino has it all. Come for the action, stay for the fun.
Straining to find the right home? You're going to love this. For a limited time, get back in the game with a free Oiler Fan Cave basement by Coventry Homes. This playoff package includes a free basement, plus an exclusive Oiler Fan Cave, complete with their signature customizable designs and top shelf finishes at no additional cost. Because flexibility is within reach. Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Little Molson Cup 3 Stars presented by Molson. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Third star tonight, 3 assists, Evan Bouchard. Second star tonight from the Florida Panthers, Evan Rodriguez. He had a goal and an assist in the first star. Come on. 2 goals, 4 points. First player in NHL history to have back-to-back 4-point performances in Stanley Cup Finals games. The Edmonton Oilers were down 3-0. Heartbroken. Probably could have won 2 of the 3 games to start the series. Well, they've made it a series now. We're going back to Edmonton with a chance to tie it. It is going to be absolutely raucous at Rogers Place. Connor McDavid. He's special. For my play-by-play partners this season, Jack Michaels, the call of tonight's game, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Reed Wilkins, Brendan Escott, studio producers, Kellen Kennedy, and Angie Cornell, ace engineer here in Florida, Oscar Gonzalez, Bob Stauffer saying so long, everybody from Sunrise. We got a game 6 on Friday night. Let's let it rip.
Rangers postgame show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford.
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us once again for more awesome sports action here on Toronto Sports Insider. Make sure you have hit that subscribe button down below. We are almost at 25,000 subscribers. It's absolutely insane to think about how fast this community has grown, but it's all because of you. Thank you all for being here. Make sure if you're new, hit that subscribe button. And everybody else who is part of this 24,359 before we hit record tonight, appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's get it done.
He's allowed 9 total goals, so things have swung completely in the Oilers' favor at this point. We'll see if they can keep it going on Friday. Outstanding job by our producers here in the Sports USA studios, Andrew Hewitt, Ryan Bengtson, and Jacob Mosby. For John Allers, Brian Boucher, and Billy Jaffe, I am Rob Brender. Again, your final score tonight from Sunrise. It was the Oilers 5 and the Panthers 3. The Edmonton Oilers have staved off elimination. Back-to-back games, and we will have a Game 6 for you on Friday coming up in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You've been listening to the Stanley Cup Final on Sports USA. You guys have a great night. We will catch you on Friday from Edmonton. Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Through a double team, and Perry scores. What a play by McDavid.
Another one of those goals for Connor McDavid. Not a goal for McDavid himself. Great play by Corey Perry in front, his first goal of the playoffs. But the play made by McDavid, who flew in over the blue line, split a pair of Panthers, and then found a way to get it across the crease to Perry, who tucked it in. That's one of those plays that'll live on X, on Instagram, for weeks to come. Another one of those plays where you'll look at it and you'll just say, I can't believe he did that. Connor McDavid having a game for the ages with his team's season on the line, his third point of the game, and the Oilers back up 4-1, but in this case, that lead lasted for a very short period of time. Just 14 seconds later, the Panthers would get it back.
54th career playoff goal. Back comes Florida. Montour, rebound, they score! Knocked in by Evan Rodriguez.
Really not much more to say there than a complete breakdown all over the ice. Mishandled, miscommunication behind the net from Stuart Skinner, missed assignments in front of the net, and Rodriguez quietly having a great Stanley Cup final. Second point already of this game, his 7th goal of the postseason. And the Panthers were back to within 2 heading into the third period. Now, I will say, in the second, the Panthers, I think, held the run of place, outshooting Edmonton 16-10. They had a push, and you could feel them starting to gain some momentum as they were trying to find a way to come back in this game. Things got even tighter for the Oilers, just 4:04 into the third.
And then he got knocked down by Adam Henrique. They can't clear it. Kachuk's alone. Bennett trying to get position out in front. Ekman Larson scores! Oliver Ekman Larson! It's a one-goal game.
If you ask my good buddy Jeff O'Neill, longtime NHLer, the thing that drives him nuts most is backhand passes up the glass from your own end. Generally speaking, he says, they end up in your net, and that's what happened on this goal. Adam Henrique, a backhand pass off the glass, didn't get out of the line. Ekman Larson held it in, got the puck back from Matthew Tkachuk, and made no mistake and brought the Cats back to within 1, and they would push and push and push in the third. Sergei Bobrovsky coming up with a great stop on Ryan Nugent-Hopkins in alone on a 2-on-1 at 4-on-4, about 6:30 into the third. That was the best Oilers chance of the final frame. Sam Bennett, an opportunity to jam in left-handed pass at the side of the net midway through the third. He hit the side of the goal. They came close. Then, with about a minute left, Matthias Janmark trying to battle his way to the front of the net for a loose puck in the Panthers zone with Bobrovsky on the bench. Out-battled Carter Verhaeghe, was able to get the puck on net, but he hit the goalpost, the empty net. That could have sealed it. Back down the other way they came. The Panthers continued to press till the Oilers cleared it down the ice, rolling toward the empty net, and Matthew Tkachuk looking like Superman, diving on his chest and almost like a seal, giving another chest pump to get one more reach, was able to sweep it off the line, momentarily thinking maybe the Panthers would get one more chance, but Connor McDavid would corral the loose puck, put it into the empty net, and seal the deal for the Oilers. What a performance from number 97, Connor McDavid, with his team's back against the wall. A game for the ages. 2 goals, 2 assists. Oilers win it 5-3 over the Florida Panthers. First road team ever to win a Game 5 in the Stanley Cup Final after going down 3-0. Stuart Skinner was strong. He allowed just 3 goals on 33 shots. Sergei Bobrovsky allowed 4 on 23. He takes the loss, and we are headed back to Edmonton, Northern Alberta, for Game 6 on Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hear it right here on NHL Network Radio. Dave Pagnotta, Dennis Bernstein, pregame coverage at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll have Ice Cap for you following the conclusion of the proceedings. What a series we're in for now, when it looked like just a few days ago we could be on the verge of a Panthers sweep. We will go inside both locker rooms, hear post-game reaction from the Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. But could Connor McDavid be a candidate, a serious candidate for the Conn Smythe Trophy, even if the Oilers should lose in Game 6? Mick Kern, the host of Under Review, 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday on the network, will make his case next when we continue on Ice Cap after a 5-3 Edmonton Oilers win in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The new general manager of the Columbus Blue Jackets, Don Waddell. What's your definition of culture?
We all have to have the common goals from top to bottom. Can't just say, oh, we got to change the culture. It's not going to happen overnight. We have to change the mindset. I always say it's a giant jigsaw puzzle, and everybody's got a piece of that puzzle. If they take care of what we've asked them to do, it'll happen.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
The game of baseball has lost an icon as the great Willie Mays has passed away at the age of 93. One of the best to ever play, the Hall of Famer and member of MLB's all-time team, played in 24 All-Star games and hit 660 home runs. MLB Network Radio honoring the life and legacy of the Say Hey Kid on Sirius XM Channel 89 and on the Sirius XM app.
Hey, it's Tony. I'm here to tell you Jimmy is no longer with us. He stopped using his Zeepa, and no one's seen him since. I know what you're thinking. What's a Zeepa? Crazy name, right? Well, I asked the same thing. It's Happy Z spelled backwards. It stops your annoyance snoring. Now they're telling me it's Zeepa 91. It's 91%. That means it works for everybody. Other snoring solutions, not even close. So you're going to buy the one that works or the one that doesn't. You're smart. You're going to buy a Zeepa 91. Hey, what happens if it doesn't work? Of course it's gonna work. It's Zeepa 91. Not only that, Zeepa 91 has a 91-day money-back guarantee. Everybody else, only 30. Why? Because they don't work. Haven't your loved ones suffered enough? Get a Zeepa 91 and get it now. Go to Zeepa.com, ZYPPAH.com.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! The one that hasn't subscribed yet. Yeah. I know, it's really hard. Just look down there, hit that subscribe button. 65% of Game 4 viewers had not hit that subscribe button. Now, that's actually not bad compared to industry standards, but look, we're hit after 25K tonight. Let's get it done, insiders. Let's cheer them on, help them out, hit that subscribe button, and let's get past 25,000 tonight. Cheers, everybody. Have a great night, and back to the hockey. We'll see you in the chat.
For the Florida Panthers in Game 5 to stay alive, they were down 3-0, but suddenly the Oilers have found a way to pick up 2 wins. 8-1 over the Panthers in Game 4, 5-3 here tonight. As we welcome you back into IceCap, Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, and on the app. My name is Dave McCarthy, Instagram at Dave A. McCarthy. I will say one thing. Even if you didn't have a horse in this fight, if you're just a fan of the great game of hockey, there is no way that you were able to sit on your Chesterfield and not be entertained by the caliber of this game. A one for the ages, to say the least. Host of Under Review, 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday on the network, Mick Kern joins us for his daily stop on IceCap. Mick, can you disagree with what I said, just from a pure entertainment standpoint? No, well, don't semantics me, Mick, already. You know I like my Chesterfield.
No, I was impressed by that, because my parents grew up saying Chesterfield. I love that. No, I love that term. You're old school.
I'm dignified, buddy. I carry a staff around. Of course I'm going to use the word Chesterfield. But more broadly, could you look at this game and not be entertained? This was one for the ages.
This was the best game of the series. It might be one of the best games of the entire playoffs. It hasn't been necessarily, I'd say, an A-plus playoff. It's been good. It's been good. Maybe because we didn't have a Cinderella team in there. I don't know. Maybe because they're all so even, Dave. We've talked about that. But this was outstanding hockey entertainment. I leapt out of the Chesterfield a couple of times, put it that way. And, it's boiling hot here with the heat dome over this part of where we live here in Toronto. Worked its way up from the States. It feels like we should be playing the All-Star game.
Part of Florida here.
Absolutely. Like we were at the game, so it's more like All-Star baseball weather. But no, that was a classic game regardless of who won, and there was pushback, there were answer backs, there was great goals, beautiful assists by McDavid. As you said, we will see that for years. There's records being broken left and right. There's good saves, there's not good saves. I don't know, unless you're a Panthers fan or you hate the Oilers, I don't know what there was not to like in tonight's match.
Connor McDavid, a game for the ages himself, with his teams back against the wall, facing elimination. Yet another incredible night. 4 points, couple of goals, couple of assists. Guy's up to 42 points in the postseason. Just for context, right? The NHL record is Wayne Gretzky with 47. So he's only 5 away, and who knows? He's more than capable, if he feels it, on Friday in Game 6 to tie the great one for the most points all time in a playoffs. Regardless of the outcome of this series now, win or lose for the Edmonton Oilers, has Connor McDavid written a playoff legacy in your mind?
A playoff legacy, yes. Does he win the Conn Smythe? He's in that discussion, win or lose. He doesn't care about that. He'd say, shut up, guys, I only want the cup. But I think the legacy's there. I think it shoots down the unnamed sports writer in Florida. I think he was just poking the beast, poking the rig by saying he's overrated. I did take a
Muppet? I don't think the guy's ever watched a hockey game in his life, quite honestly.
I was being kinder than you on the Chesterfield, but I think I agree with you. Peter Burst and I took a couple calls today, as we usually do, and there are a couple of people who made the case that McDavid hasn't done anything. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Okay, maybe he doesn't win the Conn Smythe. Florida fans, go figure. But not all of them. They don't represent the entire fan base. Let's get that clear. He's been outstanding. He has been.
Panthers fans, their opinion on Connor McDavid's play is inadmissible in this court, just so you know.
Well, again, I'm going to defend Panther fans. It wasn't majority. I'm just a couple. And I hear you, Judge. I respect you on the Chesterfield. Draisaitl, something's up with Draisaitl, right? He's not having the series that we expect of him. So McDavid has to do a little more weight carrying. He's done it. Bouchard with the breaking Paul Coffey's assist for most assists in a single postseason by a defenseman. And our guy we always talk about, Stuart Skinner, looked pretty darn good in this one. Yeah, he gave up some goals, but I didn't see bad goals. He made some saves again early on. He did his job for a second straight game, Dave.
It could have been 2-0 Cats a minute and a half in, right? That's a chance that Sam Reinhart had, I think, about a minute in the slot, came up with a big save there, and I think an even better one on Aaron Ekblad a minute and a half into the first period, and that set the table for Connor Brown's shorty that got the Oilers off and running up 1-0. When you look at this game, and we're going to get to the game in just a second, but I want to dovetail off that one more time, and I know you referenced McDavid would say, I don't care about the Conn Smythe, I just want the cup. I know. That's why we don't have Connor on right now, and I'm not asking him that question because I know what he would say. I'm interested, though, in you. Has he made a legitimate candidacy, even if he loses that he should strongly be considered to be given the Conn Smythe and become the first skater of a losing team. Again, if he loses, a first skater of a losing team since Reggie Leach in 1976 when he won the Conn Smythe that year for the Flyers when they lost to the Habs. He had 19 goals, 24 points. The next closest goal scorer that year, Jean Rattel, with 8. So he was dominant in those playoffs.
In only 3 playoff series, too, Dave. And they got swept by Montreal in the series. Yes, Reggie Leach, I was in high school then. That's how old I am. That was fantastic. He was outstanding. This would only be, as you said, the second skater. The answer is, I believe the answer is yes. How can it not be? What's he got, 43 points now? I couldn't keep track. He's 5 away from Gretzky.
42.
Records are fallen. He's got 42, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's outstanding. Again, this book, the final chapter, is still waiting to be written. I do believe now there's going to be a Game 7. But then I've been wrong with all my... I've been pretty good till we got to the final with my predictions. I was 10 for 14. I did have the Panthers winning in 6. Hey, look how it's trending. I don't feel confident about that. But no matter how you slice it, is he not the dominant player in this Stanley Cup final? The trophies, as you know it, and the fans know, listening, fellow fans, it's for the entire 4 rounds, but the exclamation point is the Stanley Cup final. Is he not the dominant player? Bobrovsky was in the first part. Now it's McDavid. So he will... I don't get a vote. I don't know if you get a vote, but if I did, I would have to lean that way regardless of what happens in the series.
Well, you look at what he's done in the Cup final. He has 11 points in 5 games. I mean, that is dominance. And you look at it this way, what's happened in these last 2 games is I think it's chipped away a little bit at Sergei Bobrovsky's candidacy. It's chipped away a little bit at Alexander Barkov's candidacy. So, if Florida ends up winning in Game 6, 2-1, and Eetu Luosterainen and Kyle Okposo have a goal each, and it's not really a Barkov game or it's not really a Bobrovsky game, and maybe Connor McDavid gets 1 goal and it's 2-1 Panthers. I don't know. I think a couple of candidacies diminish, and I think another one continues to flourish. So we'll see, but I think it's fair to say legitimate to pose that question, and that's how good McDavid has been. Coming into this game, Mick, I thought for the Oilers to win this game, one, they'd either need a whale and a half of a game from McDavid or Draisaitl. Well, you got one from McDavid, and that their power play needed to find a way to deliver. I said, you know what? Look, you're probably going to get 3 or 4 power plays, right? You got to find a way to get 2 power play goals, and they did that today, and I think that's the recipe for Oilers' success.
Oh, no arguing there, and to put a little more spice into that recipe, though I love the recipe, the penalty kill. What is it, 43 for 44? And they put the stat up here on the Sportsnet broadcast in the last 15 games. It's just, you're not scoring on them. For a team that we have rightfully critiqued at times over the past few seasons, Dave, of needing to shore up the D, and they've done that. But can the team play team defense when it matters, when the playoffs, the scoring chances are less, the whistle goes away, all the usual cliches that have a lot of truth behind them? Well, the Oilers have shown so far they are. Now, they're still trailing in this series. They're still trailing, but it feels like this is a tied series for some reason. But I think that the awoken power play, the dormant power play on the other side because of what Edmonton's doing are big parts of that equation in this 3-2 series.
Yeah, I mean, what about the shorthanded goals along the way too? I think let's add those in. I think they might even be plus on their penalty kill right over the last little while. So that's how good they've been when down a man. For the Panthers, what have they stopped doing in your mind that led them to success early in this series? To me, I thought the Tkachuk goal, the 3-1 goal that he got them on the board, that was the Panthers at their best. The turnover at the line from Dylan Holloway, thanks to Evan Rodriguez, back-checking hard, causing a problem, stealing the puck, that type of hounding pucks, that's the Cats at their best. And I didn't see enough examples of that in this game, and without question in Game 4. Have you seen anything that really has put the Panthers behind the 8 ball in the last 2 games?
Yeah, it is the question, isn't it? Because, Game 1 was maybe Edmonton dominated and to some degree. It went back and forth, but Bobrovsky won that game. Fair enough. Florida, the better team in Game 2. Game 3, Edmonton woke up late, couldn't do it. Game 4, Edmonton woke. So it changed then. What changed? What was their adjustment? Well, yeah, Florida, maybe they're not presenting as many errors for Florida to pounce on. As you said, that was kind of a throwback goal to the earlier part of the series, that one. I think that's what it is, because I'm sitting there going, it's not like they've forgotten how to play. Are they a little nervous? Maybe they were last game, but I can't believe that it's there now. Sometimes you just get beat. Okay, but how do you get beat? You roll the film back and you look. It's not 8-1. It's not a kind of a semi-embarrassment as it was the other game. Here's the thing when I'm watching. Maybe this isn't the answer, but I think the answer's somewhere in there, and you get the drill and take it out because you're the expert. I'm just the guest here. Is I'm watching this game, Dave, on my Chesterfield, and the whole time Florida doesn't look as smooth and confident as Edmonton does. I'm not even sure how I can quantify why I say that, but as I'm watching it, even when they got the quick goals, there were 2 quick goals to respond to Edmonton's goal, including after the beauty pass. They scored right away. You're thinking, okay, does the momentum go? But it didn't. It didn't go that way because Edmonton looked unflustered, and they used to be flustered before. I don't know what they did. I don't know if they all went to the sports psychologist and, watch the watch. You can do this. But for some reason, where Edmonton didn't have any room early on in the series, Florida took it away. I'm not saying they're doing the same thing back, but I didn't see any cohesion, especially on the power play, of course. I didn't see any cohesion in the Panthers that I saw in the first few games. They didn't have that cockiness, confidence. I saw it more in Edmonton in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I agree with that. And though I think the Panthers held the run of play in the third period,
they did.
There weren't a ton of grade A scoring chances either, though. Like, there was that one that comes to mind, Sam Bennett at the side of the net. He had a chance to jam it in, ended up hitting the side of the net and instead of getting it between the post and Stuart Skinner's leg. But a lot of the chances seemed to come from the outside. It didn't seem like there was a ton that had the Oilers running around completely out of control in their own end. To put it how you put it, I think I'm kind of with you on that. So even though it looked like the Cats were running around and that they were pushing, which they were, I don't think they generated a ton of great chances either. So we'll see how it goes now. Game 6 heads back to Northern Alberta. I'll leave it with you on this. Is this the point now in your mind where the pressure shifts significantly to the Cats?
The short answer is yes. We discussed this last time we were on. We kind of laughed at people, said there's no pressure on the Oilers. There's pressure. You're in the Cup final. You don't want to get swept. You want to win games. You win one. You want to win 2. You want to send it back to Florida now. They're dragging them back to Alberta. You want to go back to the Sunshine State. Is this the 2012 Cup final where I believe the Kings had a 3-0 lead in the Devils? The Devils clawed back in until the big 6-1 game, the big penalty for the Kings to win it in Game 6. I wonder if that kind of repeats itself. I hope there's a Game 7. To answer you again, yes, I think there's more pressure now on the Panthers because now everyone's going, oh, you had a 3-0 lead. Well, there's a little underdog part going. The Oilers aren't underdogs at all. I think you can agree with that. But when you're down 3-0, it's almost like it's you against the world, right? Everyone's questioning you.
It felt like they became underdogs at that point.
Yeah. That's right. So I think to answer you again, I think the answer is yes. Pressure on both, but a little more right now for the Panthers to close this out.
Well, because if you end up going back home for a Game 7, yes, you're on home ice, but holy cow, you're thinking to yourself at that point, fellas, we better not blow this. We better not blow this, and then you're squeezing it a little bit. And I think if you're the Oilers at that point, you're saying, hey, we've got 3. Why not just get 1 more? Now you're playing fast, loose. Oh, man, what a series we could be in for, Mick. Great stuff tonight. Appreciate you staying up on your Chesterfield. I don't know if you will fall asleep on it or not, but it's always great having you on the post-game show, Ice Cap.
And we'll talk to you on Friday, setting up Game 6, Dave.
Beautiful. Good stuff. Mick Kern, host of Under Review, 11 a.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday, right here on the network. Time to go inside the Edmonton Oilers locker room. We will hear from Zach Hyman with Kyle Bukauskas, from the Worm himself, Corey Perry, as well as Stuart Skinner and Chris Knobloch. Next, we continue on the Game 5 edition of Ice Cap. Oilers, 5-3 winners over the Florida Panthers. We'll have a Game 6 in the Stanley Cup Final on Friday night. Post-game reaction next. We continue on SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, and on the app.
NHL Morning Skate.
New Senators head coach Travis Green joining us.
What is it as far as this is a must for Travis Green?
For me, it starts with being committed. An everyday player, love coming to the rink, love working, giving your all every day is what it takes to win, but also playing for your team, for your crest, for your teammates, and not just individually, and being demanding in it.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Waddell in front, and they score!
The Stanley Cup Final is set.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final. This game, this series is over. Edmonton's heading to the Stanley Cup Final.
Everything is on the line.
The Stanley Cup Final.
Don't miss a moment.
NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-550-1729. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-550-1729. That's 800-550-1729. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever notice what happens when your house is perfectly organized? California Closets designers know how to make room for what belongs. Learn more at CaliforniaClosets.com.
With 18. And now 13 as he establishes the zone. Nifty move through a double team. And Perry scores. What a play by McDavid!
It looked like a fait accompli not long ago, but suddenly the Edmonton Oilers are a win away from forcing a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final after a 5-3 win over the Florida Panthers in Game 5. Cats were up 3-0. Oilers have taken the next two as we welcome you back into IceCap Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 and on the app. My name is Dave McCarthy, ex-Instagram at Dave A. McCarthy. Michael Benora alongside the Worm finally checked in with his first goal of the postseason. Corey Perry, a big goal that got the Oilers back up 4-1 at the 11:54 mark of the second period. Turned out to be the game winner on the night. Corey Perry is a guy that has played a ton of hockey in the playoffs. He tends to know where to go to score. And in this case, a great shot after a tremendous setup from Connor McDavid, who split a pair of defensemen in 7:07 of ice time. Perry with a goal, and he spoke after the game.
Can you describe Connor's assist on your goal, like through your eyes, like in slow motion?
I watched him go through 3 guys and pass it over to me. I mean, I didn't even yell for it. He just saw me go in the net. That's just the type of player he is.
Just the game he had tonight and the last 2, right, facing elimination, like, are there any words, like, what are your words to describe it?
He puts his team on his back. When we're against the wall, he puts us on his back and he plays, and you know, you see why he is the best player.
How good it is for you to put one in?
It feels good. It's been a long time coming. It's fun to score goals and get wins in the playoffs. That's for sure.
What about Stu's performance tonight?
Oh, he's huge. Ever since he came back in, he's been a rock back there, and you know, he made some big saves earlier in that hockey game. I think in the first 5 minutes, Ekblad backdoor. You know, he's been there for us.
So that was Corey Perry after the Oilers win his first goal of the playoffs, and you heard him reference the play of Stuart Skinner, who came up big for this Oilers team, no bigger than early in the game. And in fact, in the first 90 seconds, making a couple of big stops on Sam Reinhart, and then an even better one on Aaron Ekblad with a glove to keep the Panthers from getting an early lead. If the Oilers are going to come all the way back in this series, they're going to continue to need goaltending of that nature from Stuart Skinner, who was terrific on this night, making 30 stops, and he spoke, the Oilers netminder, after the game.
What has this group shown? You guys are counted out. What has this group shown the last 2 games?
Yeah, can never count the Oil out. Being able to get these 2 wins are obviously crucial. We got another one to get back in Edmonton, so that's our main focus right now. And even though we were able to win tonight and play a pretty good game, I think we got to still find a way to elevate our game. You saw tonight how the Panthers, came back. They played extremely hard, and that's the kind of team that they have. Same with us, so that's why it's such a good battle out there.
Tell us about the last 15 minutes after they make it 4-3, and just the way the team played and what's going through your mind.
Yeah, not too much is going through the mind, to be honest. You're just trying to, be in the moment and make the plays when you have to. There's obviously some nerves. I think on both sides, everyone was probably feeling it. The way that we were able to play and kind of finish it out, we were just getting pucks in deep. We were playing a very simple game, and I think that was really important for us. Even though that they got a really big goal, after that I felt like we shut it down pretty good. So that's a credit to the guys.
You're going.
As good as Stuart Skinner was in this game, though, for the Oilers, a 5-3 win over the Panthers, even better was Connor McDavid, number 97, who has gone otherworldly with his team facing elimination in the past couple of games. Back-to-back 4-point nights. You can't ask for more than that out of your captain. Zach Hyman also delivering a big performance for this Oilers team tonight. He had a goal plus 3 shots in 24 minutes and 6 seconds of ice time. His goal coming early on in the second period, the Oilers' first power play goal of the game, in which they had 2 on the night. But this one coming after the Cats took a penalty at the end of the first period. The power play delivering in a big way for this Oilers team. Got them up 2-0 early on in the second. Let's hear from Zach Hyman, who joined Kyle Bukauskas of Hockey Night in Canada.
Have you ever been part of a pressure cooker quite like tonight seemed to be?
Oh man, we've been part of a lot of pressure cookers this playoffs. The Dallas game where we held on, the Vancouver game 7 when it was 3-2 and that building was rocking. So I think that just comes with experience. We're used to playing in those crazy environments, and it's a huge win, way to hold on.
How slow did the clock seem to be moving in the third?
I mean, it's always slow when you have a 2-goal lead and you're facing elimination. So they got that third one, and then I think we settled in a little bit, actually, which is kind of crazy. But I think we settled in, and we didn't give them too much after that.
What did Connor Brown's goal do off the jump for the way the whole night played out for your group?
I mean, he's been unbelievable. And I think even more so in this Cup final. I think a lot of people lost faith in him, and I mean, look how good he's been. Like, he's an unbelievable player. I played with him for a long time, so I knew how good he can be, and he's showing it every night. And I mean, at the highest stage, he's one of our best players. So credit to him.
On that note, your captain now has 8 points in the 2 games you've been on the brink here. To which you say what?
Connor doing Connor things. I mean, that's what makes him special. He's able to elevate his game at the most important times, and the biggest reason, obviously, why we've come so far. We're not here without him. So he continues to drive the bus for us.
It seemed the mantra for the team was to drag this thing back to Alberta. You have done that. Do you believe you have also started to plant a bit of a seed of doubt on the other side?
I mean, it's just human nature. I think that's the beauty of sports, is it's never over till it's over. And I mean, everybody on the outside can think it's over, but the guys in this locker room, we just believe. We believe since we were second to last in November, and now we're here. We're two games away. We got a chance, an amazing opportunity to go back home and send it to 7. So that's where we're at.
It does look like they have belief, as Zach Hyman said with Kyle Bukauskas of Hockey Night in Canada. He brought up a good point. Remember, this Oilers team was down at the bottom of the standings in mid-November. A lot of people were counting them out then, that they wouldn't even make the playoffs, let alone get to the Stanley Cup Final. And now that they're there, they're fighting back from the bottom again. A turn of face once they hired this man, Chris Knobloch, in late November. Got them going again. Let's hear what the head coach, Chris Knobloch, says tonight, now that the Oilers are one win away from forcing a Game 7 of the Cup Final.
Two great performances the last three nights. What has your group shown down 0-3 when not many people believed you guys would still be playing?
Yeah, I know a lot of guys counted us out. I think, like you said, through this, we've been counted out a lot through the playoffs, regular season, whatever. But it doesn't phase the group in there. They've got a lot of belief and a lot of just enjoying every extra day, because we were counted out a long time ago, and we're still here playing hockey in June and have the opportunity. We are going back to Edmonton for Game 6, and there's a lot to smile about.
Chris,
And that was Chris Knobloch following the Oilers' 5-3 win, where they will push the Cup Final back to Northern Alberta for a Game 6 on Friday night. What a way to start a weekend, and you know that even though it snowed in Canmore, Alberta today, not all that far from Edmonton, it'll be white hot with Game 6 on the docket. Come back to wrap the proceedings with some news and notes and the world-famous 3 Stars segment next on the Game 5 edition of Ice Cap, Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, and on the app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly. Let the good times roll like the roaring 20s. Is that where we are right now?
I will say, obviously, business is good and revenues have grown. And I think a lot of our clubs obviously pleased that they have a little more room to negotiate and make deals. Generally, all good news. It's obviously reflective of the fact that business is doing very well.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Copa America kicks off Thursday, and you can hear all the top soccer stars from North and South America in action on Sirius XM. The U.S. men's national team goes toe-to-toe with elite competition, including Brazil and defending champion Argentina.
It's Messi! It's always him!
Hear every Copa America match, plus expert analysis, all tournament long on Fox Sports 83 and Sirius XM FC 157, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
The sweet sound of sports you love from Sling. The collide of football pads. The squeak of shoes on a basketball court. The crack of the bat on a home run. The slice of skates cutting across the ice. But what about this one? That's the sound of all the sports you love, all at once. Starting at $40 a month. Experience it all live with Sling. Sling.
Give your dog a wag-worthy life with Dogtopia. Enroll him in weekly daycare at the leading dog wellness provider in North America, where dogs get to play, learn, and grow in a safe and fun environment. Best of all, tune into the fun via live webcams. Feel good about the health and happiness of your pet by joining the Dogtopia family today. Visit Dogtopia.com to find your nearest location or to learn about franchising opportunities with the biggest name in the game.
Panthers, after dropping the first 3, the Oilers taking the next 2, 8-1 the other night in Game 4 and 5-3 tonight over the Florida Panthers. Connor